Give them wisdom in the deliberations, the decisions that they make. Be it the citizens that will come to speak today, Lord. Thank you for the democratic process that you give to us. God, thank you for our military. We're grateful for those that serve at Goodfellow. We thank you, Lord, for our school system. Bless Dr. Bonds and our school board. Thank you for our schools that are represented here today. God, we ask your blessings upon our law enforcement officials and our fire department. Thank you, God, for those that serve us and keep us safe. God, again, we're grateful for the privilege that we have to live in this great land and to come and to pray and to honor you. Bless us today, Lord. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Sir.
I need these 4 Fort Concho kids to come forward. Taylor Self, Cullen Honia. Is that even close? Honey. Okay. Marshall Fluke, that'd be you, and Seth, that's you, and Seth Mariano. Marty, come down here with us. I think you have a relationship with one of these kids, don't you? His granddaughter's here helping us. So if y'all would, let's face, and we will say the pledge to the American flag and then to the Texas flag. Y'all get us started, and we got it going.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank y'all so very much. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Do have 3 proclamations to read. We will start off. It's Water Conservation Month, and that's what these 3rd graders from Fort Concho are here for today. They're going to make us a presentation and give us some wisdom in the way we need to handle our water. So let me read this. Who's going to accept this award? Are all of them coming up? Come up and as I read this, and then we'll get a picture taken and give somebody the opportunity to make a speech. Start coming this way as I read this. It says the San Angelo Water Warriors believe that every drop of water counts. They are part of the Texas Research Institute of Young Scholars, where they have researched all year and are taking large steps to help San Angelo save water. They want to make a proclamation that during the month of May, everyone in San Angelo focuses on saving water. They want San Angelo March to Save Water. Please xeriscape your yard, install a rainwater harvesting system, or install water-efficient shower heads and toilets. Remember, every drop matters. Therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, the mayor of the city of San Angelo, on behalf of the city council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2015 as March to Save Water in San Angelo, Texas, and encourage the community in the support and participation of all citizens to focus on saving water. Y'all are the same four that just up here. You want the rest of teachers? You want the rest of them to come up to get in the picture, or just this group? If everybody, whoever wants to be in a picture, come on up. Come on up. Right back here.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Whoa, whoa.
Don't worry about it.
And who's going to hold this? Okay. Now hold it so that Brian can get. We're going to have to come in a little bit. Get in here. You like each other. Come in from that side.
Don't worry about it. That's okay.
Yeah, we get it. Not a problem. Can you get us all, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Don't worry about it, sir. We'll get it.
We'll get it. All right. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3.
Anybody else want to take a picture?
If they edited anybody, it was on this side over here.
I have an idea the left side of this probably will be edited out.
Sure.
Thank y'all very, very much. We appreciate each and every one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have another proclamation. This is for the Spay and Neuter program. Who's going to be accepting this? Leanne Webb, are you here?
Okay.
Did y'all want to make some comments, or are you going to wait until your presentation? Wait till the presentation? Okay. Is anybody here to accept the proclamation for the spay and neuter? If not, then I'll just read it and give it to Brian. Okay, come on up. In fiscal year 2013, more than 9,000 unwanted animals entered the city of San Angelo's animal shelter. Of those, nearly 7,000 or 75% were euthanized. The cause of this situation is not that there were too few homes in San Angelo willing to adopt pets. It's that our community has a pet overpopulation problem. Frankly, this is an issue we can fix. This month, the City of San Angelo teamed with Concho Valley Paws to launch an initiative aimed at reducing the number of unwanted animals who enter the shelter and are eventually put down. This effort was purposely rolled out to coincide with National Spay-Neuter Month. Dubbed the Spay-Neuter Initiative Program, or appropriately, SNP, this partnership will seek to persuade the public of the needs to alter pets and will educate citizens with many benefits to their pets of doing so. Furthermore, SNP will raise awareness of the options for obtaining low-cost spaying and neutering throughout the Concho Valley Paws voucher program, which is detailed at theconchoValleyPaws.org. Many of these vouchers will be used on National Spay Day on February 24. SNP will sound a constant drumbeat of messages and information in a move to change the local culture regarding spaying and neutering. Much of San Angelo has changed attitudes about water use and conservation, and citizens will soon have branded into their own consciousness the tagline, "It is the SNP that saves money, time, and lives." Also, the City of San Angelo commends Concho Valley Paws for working with us to reduce the community's pet overpopulation problem in a positive and productive fashion. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, the mayor of the great city of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim February 2015 as National Spay and Neuter Month. Mr. Bye.
Thank you.
Make a speech, sir.
On behalf of the City Animal Shelter, I want to thank the Paws organization and all the rescue groups for all their efforts and hard work in trying to address a very, very tough problem. I think this partnership is a great one, and I think together we'll be able to reduce the number of stray animals in our streets, and I think the message is clear. If you love your pets, spay neuter them. Thank you.
And this next group just, man, I am so proud of you Lakeview girls. So if you would start coming forward, line up back here, and let me read this proclamation. It is good to see kids from my alma mater in the district championship. The Lakeview Maidens basketball team won the Sonora tournament. They were finalists in the Breckenridge tournament, in which weather canceled the final. This year, they have a 6-2 district record, which is the most district wins since 1999, and holds top 20 state rankings in both the TABC, number 18, and the TGCA, number 14, for the first time in school history. This year's 25 wins was most in school history, and they made the first playoff appearance since 1999. This historical season is the reason that we are recognizing our student athletes of the Lakeview Maidens basketball team. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud the Lakeview Maidens basketball team, not only for their outstanding and impressive victories, but for their commitment to each other and to the program. And who's going to take this and give a speech? All of you want to give a speech? Coach, you want to accept this?
Okay, I speak. Just wanted to tell everybody in the city of San Angelo how proud we are to represent you and Lakeview in our community, and hopefully can bring home a victory tonight and keep this going. These kids work really hard and they deserve your support, and I'm really proud to be here in San Angelo. Thank you.
And they will start district play tonight in Lubbock against Paladura. So these kids are going to the top. Let's take a picture. This time you can cut the right side off. Thank you, Brad. You want a picture? Yeah. got it? Thank y'all so very much, and good luck tonight. And let me just read these names of these girls. Erica Sosa, Jordan Brooks, Gabriela Ramirez, Lexus Norris, Reagan Noriaga, Des Carrillo, Rebecca Ridgway, Marissa Marino, Destiny Lucas, Brianna Soles, Cassie Cabazuela, Alexis Garcia, and Darian Bankston. And this Rob Young's the head coach. Assistant coaches Clay Riddle, Brianna Wilson, Tyra New. Managers Elisa Blue, Brooke Mercado, and Cheyenne Beza. Congratulations, girl. We're very, very proud of you. And now, this is the time for public comment. Public comment is when we allow the public to come forward. I'll give you 3 to 5 minutes at the microphone, and you're able to say whatever you want to say. If you want to compliment us, we take it. If you want to criticize, we take that. Let me read the logistics, and I'll open up the floor to public comment. This is for anything that is not on the agenda. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on the regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to move to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public should make the remarks from the podium and begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any one subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. Start forming a line at the front. Hello, Harry.
Good morning. Harry Thomas, community volunteer. Over the last several months, we've had a number of citizens come to this podium and discuss items. A number of them were things in their own neighborhood. I'd like to encourage these individuals to consider being part of the city on city boards and commissions so that they can help San Angelo take that next step and all the citizens can enjoy what they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Irma Soto, and my reason for addressing the City Council this morning is to bring to your attention the hazardous conditions of the streets in our neighborhood, mainly North Sellers and Norma Street, due to continual water line breakages, ruptures, leaks, and March being water conservation, I would think that you all would look into this. There is, at the present time, there are 3 areas within a 2-block span with excavation repairs. There's caliche on the top, there's loose rocks, there's a safety hazard. This is a bus stop right there by one of the excavations. Numerous excavations. It's not 1 or 2 or 3. Down Cellar Street, you can count 10 or 11, and some of them have been done over and over again. It is a hazard because there is a bus stop there. There's children walking home to the Tres Rios area. No speed bumps on that street, and a lot of cars go through there to avoid the speed limit on the crosswalk to Glenmore and the Bell Street traffic lights. So I would appreciate the council if they would take into, consideration and to repair replacement of the water lines, because repair wouldn't do no good if the water lines are not replaced, I'm sorry. I love my neighborhood. I would like to keep it safe and clean, and this would help a lot if y'all would please take into consideration. And March being conservation water, we would do need it in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. Bill Riley, did you hear any of that? Okay. Next. Hello, Carl.
Good morning. I'm pleased to introduce to you our new Civic Events Manager, Mr. Sidney Walker.
How you doing? My name is Sidney Walker, the new Civic Events Manager for the City of San Angelo. Very excited to be able to work with you all on many different issues for the City of San Angelo and bring exciting events. Hopefully we can all get together on the issues that need to be handled for civic events as soon as possible. Thank you.
Sid, it's good to meet you, and welcome to your job, and
Thank you,
glad
sir.
you're here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next. Y'all not going to let us off that easy, are you? I'll go to the council now. Welcome, Ms. Grindstaff.
Thank you.
Go to the council now. Are there any comments that the council needs to make? Are there any items on the consent agenda that the council wishes to pull? Start with you, Rodney.
None at this time.
Marty?
None.
Johnny?
Mayor, I do want to add to what Ms. Soto said, because Mr. Soto is the one that contacted me. It is in my district. I did visit with Shane Kelton over the weekend, and I drove out there, and I wouldn't have called Shane if I didn't think it looked like a war zone out there, and it really did. I think one thing we need to look at, because a lot of this work is being done by contractors. So Shane mentioned a 28-day rule that they have after they fixed the problem, but I think maybe we even need to look at that, because even putting some cones around the areas where they dug up, because there was a lot of rock all over the place, and maybe folks will go around the cones. I don't know, but it was pretty bad, and I've seen those time and time again, and I feel for those folks that have to drive through that area. I know on West 9th, I hope it got fixed also, but there was two areas, mainly I did drive down the Norma and Sellers area, and it was very, very bad. So hopefully we can rectify that problem and move it in a faster and quicker process. Thank you. That's all I had.
And that is exactly why this public comment section of this meeting is important. And we want our citizens to be involved. And if there's a problem, Bill Riley and Shane, they all know about the problems on Cellar Street now. So this is the way it needs to be done. Charlotte, do you have anything, ma'am?
No, sir.
Don?
No, sir.
Ms. Grindstaff?
No.
Well, somebody, then we are ready to move to the consent agenda. This will be items number 1 through items number 7. And if someone would, make a motion to approve or disapprove, and let's move on with the consent.
8.
1 through 8. 1 through 8. You
Eight.
said 7, there's 8.
I missed one? 8, yes, 1 through 8.
Move approval.
Marty?
Second.
Rodney? It has been moved to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 8. It has been seconded. Do I have any comment from the council on the consent before I vote? Do I have any comments from the public on the consent agenda before we vote? All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Drop a 7-0 on that one, please, Brian. Next thing on our agenda is number 9, under item G, which is consideration of the following conservation proposals. Number A is a presentation by the San Angelo Water Warriors at the 3rd grade Fort Concho Elementary. And then B is a presentation by Water Utilities Director Bill Riley. Let's start with our Fort Concho group. If y'all would, please come forward and tell us what we need to do about water in San Angelo, Texas.
Hey guys, Taylor, you're gonna need to get to the microphone.
Just push Brian out of the way.
Yep. Just pull that microphone down to fit you.
We are the San Angelo Water Warriors. We are 3rd graders from Fort Concho Elementary. Hi, I'm Taylor Self.
Hello, I'm Colin Honey. Hi, I'm Marshall Fluke.
Hello, I'm Seth Mariano.
We are in a competition called the Texas Research Institute for Young Scholars. We call it TRIES. We are on a mission to help San Angelo save water. Water departments across America whose cities are in drought conditions are looking for ways to get their customers to use less water. They have realized that nothing gets the people more excited than saving money on their water bill. We are asking the water department to give a rebate or a credit on the water bill when residents do one of three things off of this. They could harvest rainwater, xeriscape their yard, install water-saving shower heads or toilets, or use less than the maximum allowed usage per customer per month.
Here are a few words from one of our mentors, Tim Conbest. He says to harvest rainwater by installing a rain barrel or gutter system. It would need to be approved by a service inspector before it could be approved for a rebate. The inspector would need to be sure the system was installed correctly with no cross connection to the city water system. We want residents to xeriscape their yard. A money back per square foot could be offered to residents. According to our research, xeriscaping can offer the biggest water savings of anything a resident can do. Note, you also could offer a rebate for water-saving shower heads or toilets. Also, some cities give away shower heads and faucet screens because they are cheap and help save water. Some of our research comes from the Texas Water Development Board. They say that in Texas, rainwater harvesting is not only allowed, it is actively promoted by the state. Rainwater is superior quality, zero hardness, sodium-free, and nearly neutral pH. Apart from the cost to collect and save the water, rainwater harvesting is free. Rainwater harvesting eliminates the need for costly treatments and distribution systems. Some cities and counties offer rebates and financial incentives to promote rainwater harvesting. We hope that San Angelo will do that too.
Not over.
The benefits of xeriscaping. Lawns and trees are the biggest users of water for most residents. Xeriscaping can cut your water usage by over 50%, reduce lawn maintenance, and save thousands of gallons of water of municipal drinking water per year. Xeriscaping is a long-term benefit. Once done, it saves water for years into the future. We must change the way we think in West Texas. When you xeriscape your yard, you don't have to push the lawnmower around in the hot weather. The benefits of water-saving shower heads and toilets. According to the EPA, a water-saving shower head has helped consumers save a total of 757 billion gallons of water, over 14.2 billion in water and energy bills. An average family spends $1,100 per year in water costs, but can save $350 on water-saving shower heads or toilets. Our research. Las Vegas, Nevada says goodbye to grass. The Southern Nevada Water Authority pays its customers to remove water-guzzling lawns. This has been the most popular water rebate. Roughly 143 million square feet of ornamental lawns have been converted so far. The Southern Nevada Water Authority pays its customers $1.50 each square foot of grass, up to 55,000 square feet. After that, the rebate drops $1 per square foot. The Southern Nevada Water Authority estimates the replacement of a single square foot of grass. That saves about 55 gallons of water each year.
Save the Rain campaign says, how much water can a system save? Depending on your normal usage, it could save 30 to 50% of the treated drinking water in mains and houses. It could save 80% of the treated drinking water in businesses or commercial buildings. Who wouldn't be excited about saving 30 to 50% on their next water bill? Listen to what some of our city leaders are saying. City Councilman Marty Self says, "You are very tiny but very smart and good hard workers."
Tony Fox says, water is life. Every drop counts. Tim Cumba says, the two most important things that the citizens of San Angelo can do to help with the water shortage is implement a rain harvesting system and Zeroscape. Those two things will provide the most benefits of anything that can be done. Sadly, there are no more available water sources in our area.
With City Council vision and support, San Angelo could become the rainwater harvesting leader in Texas.
Thank you for your time and consideration. Do y'all have any questions?
I don't have any. Y'all covered that well. Anyone have any questions for the tiny people, Marty?
It's amazing what you say when you go to a school, isn't it?
And it's all going to be caught on camera somewhere.
Mayor, can we replace Bill Riley and Tony and with these folks?
Well, I don't think it will be long.
I do think, on a serious note, that we as a council and we as a city have they're learning at a very small age how important our water is to us, and we need to make sure we're taking it serious, and we've started zero-scaping our yard so that my wife doesn't have to mow quite as much. So, but it is a serious it's a serious thing, and we need to take it serious and start doing what we can as a city.
Rodney?
This is a great presentation. I'm really glad that you guys brought this before us, and I hope that us as a council don't just sit here and listen to this as just a program and it just goes by the wayside. I hope that we can try to work hard on getting this implemented in our city in some form. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do the $1.50 per square foot because of the way our budget is set up right now, but I think that we could come up with some kind of system to do this and help encourage people to do these two. And I really hope that we don't drop the ball on this.
Anyone down here?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you learned in your project that you didn't expect to find out? Was there something that really surprised you, maybe about the city's consumption or how much you can save with harvesting? We're big consumers of water, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
And we don't really take very good care of it, do we? Well, thank you for your work. It was very interesting. Like Councilman Fleming said, it'll be interesting to see what we can get implemented here. But thank you for your work.
Don?
Well, I just appreciate all the time that they spent on this thing, and you know, sadly, they're telling us things that we already know, but I'm glad that they're bringing them to the forefront. And like Marty was saying, if they can start at this age, hopefully by the time that they get ours, they'll have everything under control.
Charlotte?
First of all, I want to thank you. It was an excellent presentation. You did some really, really good work. It's whether you realize it or not, you are our future. So it's very enlightening to listen to a presentation and the work that you put into it and your facts and your figures. And like you said, some of it we do know, we are aware of, and how to put that information to its best use. I'd like to see that carry out. Yesterday I was doing some driving around in my district. I spent almost all yesterday afternoon out at the Bluffs. And I was very, very surprised to see the number of homes that have turned their lawns into xeriscaping and the work that is being done by the individual homeowners out there. So we've got some considerations to make based on your presentation, and thank you.
And Tina Bunnell, we have, the council approved several months ago $3.6 million, the surplus money, or the check that we got from Trash Away, to pay off the $2 million deficit on our water department. That's going to leave a pretty good sum of money. And that may be a source of money that we could use in our water department, that we could implement some of these programs. Tina, start working. Thank y'all very, very much. An excellent, excellent presentation.
Mayor, can I say something real quick? just like Lakeview, you're proud of your alma mater. Fort Concho is mine. You know, I'm a product of Fort Concho Elementary. And Lori Barton back there, wait for us, Lori. That's the leader of the campus, and she continues to bring these awesome ideas to the kids. There are leaders, and I truly like what she's doing, and I am so glad she's out there. She and I went to school together, and I'm proud to say that she's my friend and continue the good work out there. Lori, thank you. Bye-bye.
My wife is also an alumni of Fort Concho Elementary, so thank y'all very much. Teachers, did y'all want to say anything before we move on? Thank y'all very much. Let's move on now to the presentation by the Utility Director, Bill Riley. It may be one of your replacements there, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
I heard that.
Bill, but before you start, it wasn't that the best presentation you've ever seen, especially since my granddaughter was in it? And that's a very loaded question.
Absolutely, Councilman, that's the best.
Right answer, boss.
Well, without a doubt, any change, real long-term change in how we view water and use water in this state or in this country starts with the little tiny people that are very smart, and certainly appreciate what they've done, and I think it's so important that I wanted to kind of follow that up and kind of put some feet on what they're saying as far as rainwater harvesting and what's taken place and what can take place. And then I think in the future we'll be bringing y'all some maybe some alternatives or some options of how we might promote that and in San Angelo. But just kind of to get started, when I was a kid down on the coast, there was no public water system, and everybody had a cistern. So, I mean, everybody collected rainwater. That was their water supply. But as public water systems began to grow into rural areas, those kind of went away. And you didn't see them too much anymore. But about probably a decade ago, as the droughts begin to kind of take hold again in this state, in the country, you begin to see those come back, and people begin to implement rainwater harvesting systems, or they would have, the cisterns or the rain barrels, and it became a real viable option for water conservation, and had a real impact and real effect. And so much so that the state began to recognize that value, and so much so that they have developed a guidance document for rainwater harvesting as it pertains to public water supply systems. In addition, the legislature has seen fit to offer some incentives for rainwater harvesting by giving sales tax exemptions for the purchase of the rain barrels or rainwater collection systems. And they've also allowed local entities to implement property tax exemptions, very similar to agricultural or wildlife exemptions for properties that implement rainwater harvesting or other water conservation measures. So the state has recognized that collecting rainfall on an individual basis can have a real impact in water conservation. So what I wanted to do is kind of talk about those a little bit today as to what's really out there and just kind of what that means and what we're doing here already in San Angelo and what we might have the opportunity to do. Rain barrels come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and from the small ones, they now, they come in colors and shapes where you can implement those as part of your landscaping theme, if you will. So they just kind of fit into what you're doing. And you have the small ones that might be simple systems where like most urban homes would have, where it's typically under 100 gallons, where you have a couple of rain barrels, and they're pretty inexpensive, easy to install. They kind of blend in again with your xeriscape and your landscape, and they're used mostly for watering plants and watering around your foundations and those kind of things. You step that up a little bit to more larger tanks. Where this particular one, we've got two 1,500-gallon tanks used primarily for watering the xeriscape in around that home. This happens to actually this home belongs to Anthony Wilson. Anthony has about 3,000 gallons of rainwater, can collect somewhere around 20,000 gallons a year to use around his house. Then you go up from there to systems that there might be a whole house system. And I'll show you that while I'm talking about it. But this particular house belongs to Tim Combest. He's got about 12,000, a little over 12,000 gallons of rainwater storage. He can collect about 44,000 gallons a year of rainwater. But Tim uses this for all of his needs around his house. He uses it for his gardens, for irrigation. He also uses it for all of his household and domestic needs. Now, that's not the norm, but it certainly can be done. I want to point out that Tim does have a water meter, which is disconnected, but because he has that, he pays the minimum bill every month, even though he doesn't use it, and we like that about Tim. But this is a little bit more expensive system. It costs about $8,000 to implement, but it does make an impact and does have an impact. Just kind of look around the city where it's being implemented already. This is the Southside Recreation Center. They have about 15,000 gallons of storage. They can collect quite a bit annually, and this is used for a garden project that's underway. At the wastewater treatment plant, we have about 6,500 gallons of water storage, and we can collect about 20,000 gallons a year. This is used in the plant. As you see on this slide, on the left side of the slide, what looks like a big silver coffee pot is actually a filtration system where they pour the water in the top. It's a carbon filtration system, and they use the water to drink. They drink it there. They also use it for making coffee and that kind of stuff. And they use it in the lab. It's a good quality water, so they use it in the quality control tests in the laboratory. So we're making good use of rainwater at the water treatment facility. And then some other potential locations would be the new groundwater storage facility. And we're looking at areas that have large rooftops that you can utilize that area for collecting groundwater or collecting rainwater. And there's a lot of those around the city that we can do that. And just as a note, those top two buildings could collect over 200,000 gallons of rainwater a year based on our average rainfall here. That's relatively significant, and you could begin to use those. We've looked at some things, even potentially, car washing and those kind of things around for city vehicles and those things to begin to utilize that to save water. So the point of all this, and I guess the takeaway, is that we have some real rainwater harvesting has some real value in the long-term water conservation area, especially in areas like West Texas. What these young people are looking at could not be more important in any time than now. And so I think what we're looking at is how can we promote that in San Angelo? How can we expand that? And I think we'll be bringing back to you sometime in the near future. There are a lot of incentives that can be offered and just showing the benefits of rainwater harvesting. So what I wanted to do today was just support what they're doing, let you know what's going on, what some of the options are, and move forward with it.
Thank you, Bill. You did a good job of piggybacking on those kids.
Thank you.
Do I have any comments from council on this? Any questions for him? Any public comment? Open it up to the floor. Yes, ma'am. Come to the microphone, please, ma'am. We have to get you to state your name because we've got you on camera.
Oh, Lord. LaDonna Gibson, and I was wondering, has there been any thought to using gray water? Can we do that from the homes? And
it is now legal in the city of San Angelo.
Okay.
In fact, we changed this, what was it, Rick? Back when Bob Reeves was here, we allowed new homes to be built with gray water so that it could be reused on trees. And so it is legal in the city of San Angelo. Not all of your house water has to go into the septic system. You can divide your black water from your gray water. So we can do that, but it needs to be more utilized.
Right, and that is true. You would want to contact the inspection office. They have some guidelines that the state has to go by as far as how that has to be worked, but you can do it. But talk with some of the city offices, or Sandra Villarreal in our health department can help.
Okay, thank you.
We want to use it all. We don't want to waste any of our water. Any more comments? Come forward, please.
While they're coming up, Mayor, I think we were talking about incentives once we receive the rate study.
Yes.
Do we have an idea of when that's supposed to be delivered to us? Because for the public's benefit, we've been talking about some incentive.
Bill, do you have any idea when that rate study is going to be ready?
We're hoping to have
Microphone. Microphone. That
Got
was
you
recorded.
Got you on camera, too.
We still hope to have that within 90 days, but I think that there might be pieces of that that we could pull out, things like that, whenever we begin to develop those, that we could start to talk about those.
I think the sooner the better as we approach spring. That would be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a real need.
State your name first, and we got you on camera.
I'm Sarah Hardwick, and we have some rain barrels. There's a real need to have somebody have a business that helps you in dealing with how to set up rain barrels and use the water more efficiently. Right now, we just have them sitting under gutters, but you can use leaf guards and different things, but my husband's very busy, and I'm not a plumber at all. And I've asked if there's anybody around town who can help set up rain barrel systems. So that's an idea if anybody
I'd suggest you
knows
speak to Mr. Combest before you leave this room. Can you put your hand up, Tim?
Okay, thank
He
you.
works for the city, and he's very wise about this. You just saw his home, so he could probably be a reference for you.
Okay, thank you.
You may have just opened up brand-new employment operations.
Also, Tommy Olives.
Does Tommy do that?
Yes, they do.
Any other further public comment before we move on? Hello, Terry.
Yeah, my name's Terry Campbell. Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment that to really look at how this a system would work with cisterns, you need to look down in the Florida Keys where I came from, because there is about 5 keys, mainly Big Torch Key and No Name Key, which their only water supply is from cisterns. And they have filtration systems, osmosis systems, and all kinds of things they put up, that's the only thing they use is rainwater. That's all.
Thank you, Terry. Also gives them a place to keep their alligators.
Alligators and Keys, that's on the mainland.
Oh, okay. If there's no further comment on this, we will move on to the next item on our agenda. Fort Concho, we appreciate y'all very, very much for your presentation. And Bill, you did a good job of piggybacking on them. Thank y'all very much. The next item is number 10. It's consideration of adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Angelo, Texas, in support of the application of Dissinger Development, LLC, to be made to the Housing Tax Credit Program through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs for an award and allocation of 2015 Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program funds for the construction of 80 affordable housing unit apartment units for low to moderate income citizens known as Outlook at Valley View, to be located at 2900 Valley View Boulevard. I do want to set some ground rules here. We've had one meeting in which we allowed public comment, and we had a town hall meeting last week in which we allowed public comment. And it almost got out of hand, and that is not going to happen today. We're going to speak one at a time. I'll give you 3 minutes to speak. You will come to the microphone, you will state your name, and you will speak. You will not yell out. You will not speak over. And if anyone in this audience says you are a lying son of a bee, like was screamed out in our last meeting, I guarantee you, you will be unceremoniously removed from this building. We're not going to tolerate it. We're going to act like mature adults here today. We are going to be civil, and I'm going to very closely watch this clock. At 3 minutes, you are through, whether you're through or not. So I don't want to be hard on this, and I apologize for my demeanor, but we are not going to let this go. We're not going to let it get out of hand. You're going to be civil. And the council will be civil as well. We have taken the $14,000 worth of incentives off the table. That is not even in the situation anymore. They've withdrawn their request. The only thing we are talking about this morning is whether we approve the resolution or whether we disapprove the resolution, which is saying that we would like to have this thing. So, With those ground rules in effect, I very honestly and sincerely ask that you abide by them, and let's keep this thing mature and civil, and let's get through this and come to a decision on the resolution. Your floor.
Mayor, council, like you mentioned, the developer did pull the waiver request. It is now just asking for a resolution of support. We held a town hall meeting last week to provide information and to address some of the key issues. We had close to 200 local residents, many who expressed concerns over the potential increase in crime, the impact of low-income housing on property values in the area, and the project's impact on infrastructure. I had asked the developer to be here. Unfortunately, I don't see him. I think he got tied up. But we'll be here, staff will be here to try to answer some of your questions. I do want to remind the public that the city has an ongoing financial commitment to providing affordable housing throughout the city. It is part of our mission, and we're asking council to approve.
And before we get it started, let me read the resolution. Now, it's a page long. Let me just read the last half of it, because this is really the meat of the resolution. It says, "Now therefore let it be resolved by the City Council for the City of San Angelo, Texas, that the City Council for the City of San Angelo adopts the foregoing recitals as true as correct, and hereby affirms that it supports the application of Dissinger Development, LLC, to the Housing Tax Credits Program through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs for an award and allocation of 2015 competitive 9% HTC program funds for the construction of 80 affordable housing apartment units for low to moderate income citizens known as Outlook of Valley View, to be located at 2900 Valley View Boulevard in the city of San Angelo." And that is the resolution that we're talking about, whether we approve or deny. So, you got the floor again. Or are you through?
I'm through, sir. I'm asking council, we're here to try to answer some of your concerns, questions, and we'll ask the council to approve it.
Does council want to start off with this, or you want to start off with public comment? What's the
I'd like
desire?
to say one thing.
Yes, Rodney.
I have one thing on point of order. I want to make sure that this is done, whether it passes or fails, correctly on this. I think that we probably should, since they've pulled that one, we should ask for someone to make a motion to approve this resolution first. And this would be the first reading, I believe, right? And then we'd have to come back and bring it to another meeting?
I think just one time.
Just one reading?
Yes.
Okay.
Not an ordinance.
But it should,
Not an ordinance,
but even
one
on
time.
this, someone does need to make a motion to approve the resolution first.
I guess I'm not understanding. You mean you think we need to either approve or disapprove the resolution first, and then
not approve it. Make the motion to approve,
Like
or
Robert's
not approve or disapprove.
We need a motion on the floor before we accept
I think that
public
needs to be
comment.
done first.
Yeah, go ahead and make the motion, and then there's usually some public comment, and then discussion amongst the council members, deliberation, and then a vote on the motion.
Start us off.
I move that we accept the resolution as presented.
I'll second.
You like resolutions, don't you?
I like resolutions.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve the resolution as presented. We do have a second. That gives us now the opportunity to open it up to the floor. And if council approves, let's go ahead and take public comment first, and then we'll have a discussion and make our decision. The line forms at the front. And I would also ask, we know that there's traffic, and we know that some people don't want these low incomes in their area, but after it's been said once, everybody doesn't need to come up and say the same thing again. We can hear it the first time. So keep your comments new and fresh so that we get them all, please. You're up.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Mark White, a member of the Southridge Homeowner Association. We respectfully appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts with you concerning this important matter as it impacts our neighborhood. You've seen coming together of a large number of the members of our local community there in the area that is surrounding where this proposed low-income facility is proposed to be built. We've been concerned for many different reasons. Many of the reasons for opposition to this low-income housing in our area are very valid. I'd like to recognize a number that are here. That would all of you who are opposed to this resolution please stand, be recognized. You have a significant majority of your constituents, councilmen, that are definitely opposed to this resolution being adopted. I would like to verbalize our opposition to your adopting of this resolution. Thank you for the opportunity to share this with you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Karen Rustman, and I live off Valley View. I have been to the previous meetings of the council. I have been to the town hall. I appreciate everything that you do and your staff, but my understanding is the council is to represent the wants and the needs of their constituents. As one of Mr. Fleming's, I'm expressing to you as a representative and a voice of mine, I do not want this. I am concerned, as indicated previously, the infrastructure. I'm concerned about that creek that runs through there, the groundwater. As defined by the state, groundwater is defined as water existing below the land surface in a zone of saturation. That is the water which completely fills the interconnected pore spaces of rock and sediment. That land, as well as the inside of Valley View and College Hills, is a floodplain. It should not be built on, especially by low-income housing, especially housing multifamily that's going to have children running about and playing when flash flooding happens. They think it's cool. Let's sketch on it. That's how people get killed. I'm concerned about the additional traffic. I'm concerned about all the items that's been previously notated. And you, sir, I would like for you to truly listen to your constituents, leave your choice, your feelings to the side. This is about us, not about you. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Myers, state your name and you have the floor, sir.
Name is Craig Myers. I think that it's important to realize that this conversation today is a part of a continuing conversation that's been characterized in the previous meeting, in the town hall meeting, and other kinds of things. And when you look at this, there is no factual basis, no basis in reality or common sense or fairness to justify denying this. It was stated in the public meeting last week that our housing market is saturated. That is except for low and moderate income people who we warned the city council some time ago would be suffering because their rental costs have gone up from $500 and $600 to $900 and $1,000 on an $1,100 and $1,200 income. And so, first of all, you have hired a significantly skilled group of staff people, the experts, to tell you about the factual data, and there is nothing about infrastructure, about water pressure, about traffic that would preclude having this in this particular neighborhood. And there is no community in San Angelo that doesn't suffer from old infrastructure and increasing traffic. And you have approved, rubber-stamped program after program, project after project with that in mind. Secondly, there's the talk about this being a situation with low-income people who would contaminate the pristine life of those people who boasted at the last meeting over and over again how much they pay for their houses. They do not have the right to tell other people where they can or cannot live, and you cannot support that. The third thing that we have to realize, yes, sir?
1 minute.
1 minute, is that the prejudicial statements that characterize low-income people as being immoral, unclean, is not accurate. That they don't want to work, they're seeking handouts, they're the hardworking backbone of this community that keeps everything else running. Even if you could do without all the CEOs, you could not do without the people that keep our retail, our construction running. And to tell them that they don't have the right, they go to church, they are moral as anybody else. And you tell them that they don't have the right to live anywhere from Southland West. Mr. Silvas, these are your people. And Mr. Vardaman, they're your people. And this project will be monitored more closely for 15 years than any other project in terms of maintaining the building, in terms of the finances, and the kinds of people who live there. Nobody else has that based on. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Do I have further public comment on this item? You know the drill, don't you?
I do. Trish Jordan. I resent Mr. Myers insinuating that that we have that we judge people according to their income. At one time or another, all of us, or most of us, unless we were born with a silver spoon in our mouth, we're low income. It's not that. Have y'all looked at that piece of property? Have you gone by and physically looked at that piece of property? I'm asking the council, have you looked at that piece of property?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. White lives on the kind of the south end of it. I know he's had his foundation redone. We have springs underneath South Ridge. We know we have springs underneath that. It's not a good piece of property. That one little section right there is not a good piece of property for any building as far as I'm concerned. If it was unsafe for a school, why would you think that it would be safe for residential property? And at one time years ago, when I very first moved back to San Angelo, I contacted Mr. White at the Parks Department, thinking that land was not being used, and maybe perhaps we could do something with it. And he said that was just, it was a mess, that it was not. It would not be viable for a park because of the arroyo going through there, the floods, and the power lines. Yet, it's okay for residential building. I don't understand, and I really don't understand. If you went and looked at that piece of property on a day like today, after we've had just a little bit of precipitation, you can see what it does. There's no way, no matter what kind of structure they put there, will be maintained well, because the ground sinks, it shifts, and we have just a lot of drainage problems right there. Thank you.
Very good point, Ms. Jordan. I appreciate that. Who's next? Come on up, Terry. You know the drill, bud.
Okay. My name's Terry Campbell, and I just have well, first I emailed my concerns to all of you a couple of days ago. I hope you got it and read them. So I'm not going to go over any of that because you already know my position. Okay, but there is one particular item I'd like to bring up, and that is that it's my understanding that this project is a HUD project and is being administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Therefore, it is a federal project. Am I correct in assuming that?
Bob?
It is a federal program. However, it is not through HUD. It's through the Treasury Department, and the state monitors and manages that program.
Thank you.
Okay, that gives me the answer I want. Now I will continue. Benz, that is true. At the town hall meeting we held, the representative stated that they would be doing background checks and screening of all of the prospective renters. Now, if it is a federal program, that is illegal because it violates the discrimination laws for federal housing. And I'm done at this point. I'll just go sit down. I just want to let everybody know I am opposed to this recommendation.
Thank you, Terry. Who's next? It's the opportunity. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Troy Middleton, and I live in Champion Circle. I am opposed to the project for several reasons, and all that have been heard. But has anybody looked at the schools? Our schools are busting at the seams. Is the school district going to build another school, or are those children going to be bused to someplace else? I just don't think it's fair for them to live in an area that they can't go to school in. That's my position.
That's another good point. Thank you. Come to the front. This is your opportunity. Good morning, sir.
My name is Ray Eubanks, and I live in the area off Grandview. And I can only base my concerns on my experience. 23 years in law enforcement, early on in law enforcement. I was a police officer here in Texas, and the city paid us to work in areas that had higher crime rates, overtime, to work in areas that had higher crime rates. We did that pretty consistently. We worked foot patrol and bike patrol, not only in those areas that had crime rates, but in the area surrounding those higher crime rates. And those areas that we were paid to work in were the lower income housing projects, lower income housing units in the city, on all areas of the city, all parts of the city, north side, south side, west side. So my concern is, and the reason we were paid that is because the crime rates were higher in those areas and in the surrounding areas. We worked foot patrol in the projects, and we worked bike patrol in the areas surrounding, the neighborhoods surrounding, because of the property crimes, the thefts, the burglaries, the criminal mischief calls, things like that. That's the reason we were hired and paid overtime to work in those areas, and that's the reason I have concerns about this, is because I'm concerned about the safety. When we purchased in that area for that reason, because of the lower crime rate, we pay, and we do pay a little bit more. It's when we bought in that area, it was pretty much at the high end of our budget. We kind of stretched our budget to be able to live in this area because we wanted that lower crime rate. That's just my concern. That's the only reason I'm voicing my concern today.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning to you.
Good morning. My name is Farah Loki, and I just wanted to say that I have an entry-level position at ASU, so I don't make that much, but I'm the type of person that would look into housing in this area if it were to come about. So thank you for considering it, and I hope that y'all would welcome me into the area.
Thank you, ma'am. Another excellent point. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Sarah Hardwick again, and there's two laws we live by. We love God and we love our neighbors. And I think this is an attempt at some social engineering, and I don't know that it's loving the neighborhood to force this upon the people who live there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Form a line.
Or close the hearing.
That's it. Any further comment? If not, I'm going to close the public comment, and we're going to go to council. And I want to say I am closing public comment at this time. I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate your respect, and I like the way this went. This is the mature way to handle business. Thank you very, very much. Let's open it up to the council now. There has been a motion that we approve this resolution as presented. It has been seconded. Start with you, Liz.
I have some comments, but first I would like to hear from Mr. Solis on the issue of background check and what the guidelines are for.
Well, I can tell you that
selecting
these programs do conduct background checks. It's not one of the protected areas as far as fair housing is concerned, so it's certainly not discrimination. That's what I can tell you. It's a standard process, standard procedure.
And you know that because you've worked with other
Oh, absolutely.
LIHDC projects in the city.
Absolutely. We had one that we got funded, called through the Blackshear program, and that's exactly what they do. They go through that process. That's to ensure that we're getting, and in fact, if you do get someone that has a criminal background and you do let them be a tenant, they will actually be, they can be evicted. TDHA can write up that facility and penalize them. So it's.
Thank you.
Don, you have a comment?
Well, I grew up on 20th Street. I grew up real poor. And, I'm not real rich now. But I look at this as a hand up and not a hand out. If this thing was for people that are totally subsidized, I'd be totally against it. I think that many of our city employees, we were able to get their minimum wage up to around $21,000, and I'm very proud of that. These are the kind of people that would, I think, take and utilize this opportunity that they have for a nice place to live. My daughter, when she started as a first-year teacher, would have qualified for this program, and therefore I'm going to support it.
Charlotte.
I can't support it for the following reasons. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that it's either low income or affordable housing, because I'm all about affordable housing and safer, cleaner, decent housing for all walks of life to live in. I truly am, and wherever they choose to live is up to them, and they shouldn't be prevented. I firmly believe in that. What concerns me about this particular project is the location, number one, and the reason that that particular area has never been developed. If you've been here 40, 50 years, you know why it hasn't been developed. It is a flood area. There is underground, there's surface water just barely under the surface that causes the foundations of homes to shift and to give. And just a few years ago, we had a gentleman bring his pictures of his home where he had a 1.5 foot wide crack down the middle of his foundation. His home was totally non-livable, brand new built home, but it wasn't on an engineered foundation, and that caused grave concerns. Another subject, another property, but in the same area. My concerns that when the developer brought his placards to show the type of construction and passed out the type of material that we constructed by, it falls, in my opinion, far below the standard of construction that exists out there, and therefore would not blend in the neighborhood. And the best example that I can come to mind is on Green Meadow. At the end of Green Meadow, some storage units went in amongst some brick patio homes right out there, and they're metal storage units, but the city planning department required that there be, facing the neighborhood, an outside brick fascia so that the property blended well in the neighborhood. And the builder did so, and it does blend well, and it does complement, and it's a good buffer zone before commercial, then the warehouses, then starts the homes. But this particular property and the placards that they showed and the construction materials, the homes that are built out there required to be built of a certain square footage with 4 side brick, the various composition roofs that are there, and this construction material did not add an enhancement to the existing neighborhood. And that's what I disagree with, totally. It has nothing to do with the people or the income qualifying or the rents. It's just the construction that's being put in the existing neighborhood. I can't support it. I feel like whenever we as a council are asked to support and to give support so any contractor can garner more points with the state to get their bid accepted over everyone else's, that we should look of all of the aspects, the need in the community, whether properties are overbuilt rental units, the construction, the location, is it going to be a site that has mega foundation problems and falls in total disarray because of it? And have we seen an engineer's report of the foundation, the stuff that is going on? I haven't seen. I wasn't satisfied at the Thursday meeting as to the construction, that it blends with the neighborhood and it adds or increases the property values and enhancement is out there. I wouldn't support any project that didn't blend with the neighborhood and didn't have that safety feature built in.
Johnny?
You know, I find myself between a rock and a hard place right now, and it's it's kind of tough to sit here and take both sides. But I wanted to begin with I'm going to read a message that this gentleman wrote to all of us. Pete Lopez Jr. and I actually coached Little League years and years ago, and he called me last night, and he asked me to read this out loud, just for the public to know what his feelings were. You know, over the past couple of weeks, there have been meetings. There's been over 200 people that voiced their opinion, and it got heated at times. And I'm really sad to see that it had to get that, that go that far. But Pete writes, and this happens to be one of the constituent from Mrs. Farmer, so this is directed at her, but he wanted me to read it out loud. He says, I had the opportunity to view the city council meetings on February 3rd and February 12th town hall meeting. And he took great offense to the manner in which you, Ms. Farmer, represented yourself at these meetings. I am Hispanic, and for you to use the words barren ghetto, you have insulted this community along with your company of supporters that you are saying in a nutshell, we don't want your kind in our neighborhood or on our side of the city. Look up the word barren ghetto, and look up the word barren and the word ghetto and combine them together and see what you get. And unfortunately for you and your supporters, I live on your side of town. I'm going to do everything possible to ensure our pastoral community and minority leaders are aware this type of behavior should not be tolerated for our government officials, local, state, or federal level. It's too late to retract your comments as they are in video. All you and your supporters have done is continue to segregate this community and invite racial tensions with your hate and words. If this is what your church teachings are of being a segregated community, then so be it. But I will not stand for it. Pete Lopez Jr., San Angelo, Texas. And I feel like, having seen some of these photos, having seen even the infrastructure like Ms. Farmer just mentioned, I'm not totally convinced. Bob, I would hope that LDG would have vetted out the land that's there. I mean, they've got a creek running through it. Are we going to build some units there that a year from now will start falling apart? This is one of my issues right now, one of my concerns. The pictures, the previous projects that they've worked on, the photos of the Falcon Crest, we all got those photos. I mean, real shoddy work that's been done. The only way I would support this, are we going to vet, are we going to inspect every nail that is put together to put this facility together, is where I'm having trouble with swallowing this idea. I assume they have other projects, but the pictures that I'm seeing, I mean, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I would hate for them to spend their money, spend the time of the citizens out there that are opposed to it, and they come up with work like this. It's very hard for me to take in right now. So again, I'm on the fence right now. I wish you would tell me different. I wish you would tell me that they went out there and they dug around the land and that they know that for sure that this type of facility will withstand the creek that runs through it, the water, everything that happens negative towards this property. I would hope that you would tell me different.
Well, I don't believe they conducted an engineering study per se. I'll have to defer to the developer. But like any other project, they will submit a permit. Our staff will go out and they'll vet the project like they do, and we have engineers that will take a look at that, and we have a group that actually meets and discusses any project. It'll be the same process. It won't be any different. But to answer your question, I'll have to defer to the developer as far as the engineering study, but I don't believe they conducted one.
and I'm really concerned that they're not here today, you know. This is
He got tied up.
There's a
No,
gentleman.
he's here. He made it. Oh, there he
Okay,
is. Oh,
good, good.
Okay, there he is.
And sir, yeah, state your name, but yeah.
Jason Trevino, LDG.
Mr. Trevino, I'm looking at some pictures of some previous, you know, I'm not sure if you are familiar with the Falcon Crest patio homes and all that were built.
I'm not. I've been with the company about 6 months, so what I can answer is limited.
These are
But we
terrible.
did conduct a Phase 1 engineering report.
Okay, these
And it's
are
not in
really-
the floodplain.
Okay. These have really left a bad taste in my mouth right now. And like I said, I'm on the fence, and I would hope that you guys would do better than this. But
Sure.
these are pretty bad, and they're kind of hard to take in right now. So, what are your plan? 6 months, that's not very long.
Yeah, I know. So Justin couldn't be here, but like I said, we did a Phase 1. We wouldn't build on anything that
What is
wasn't
a-
sound.
what is a Phase 1?
Phase 1 engineering site assessment.
It's an
So that tells
it's an
environmental,
environmental.
yeah, environmental site assessment. So that tells us if there's any floodplains or any issues that would cause us to not be able to build on there. And, you know, we wouldn't spend our money if we didn't feel like this was a good piece of property.
Are you familiar with the engineered slabs or the foundations, the requirements?
Personally, I'm not, but we have experts that are.
I could see how that could make this project cost prohibitive, but that's for your company to investigate.
Correct.
And
Correct.
because that exists, that requirement exists.
You know, and I've heard stories of homes even around the area sinking because of this floodplain that they're in. So I would hope that you guys at least looked into that, or.
Yeah, we built over 30 properties, and like I said, we have experts that, you know, and consultants, engineers, surveyors, that we go out and engage to look at all this stuff before we start construction.
Would you do me a favor and come and grab and look at these pictures and tell me, have you ever seen anything like that in any of the other projects that you guys have worked on? You can go back to the microphone if you want. But I mean, that's really hard for me to swallow, really.
What exactly are you
Well,
concerned
keep on
with?
flipping and you'll
Okay.
see what I mean.
Marty, while he's flipping, do you have any comments on this, sir?
I've got a question for Bob. Bob, under the application, I think we received new information. Is this moderate to low, or is it low?
These are actually, although a developer has an option to have it mixed income, they have chosen to go at the low income, which is 60% of area median income, with the exception of 2 units. 2 units will be at market, and that's kind of to cover certain situations. But except for those 2 units, it will be low income, low and below.
Okay. And just so I make sure I understand it, all of the units will be subsidized?
Subsidized in the way they won't be subsidized. The rents will be set at a certain level, if you consider that subsidizing, but that's what we're talking about. Setting the rents at a certain level based on the income. So people won't be able to be tenants unless they meet the income thresholds. So then it's the rent. So subsidized, I believe you could consider that as subsidizing, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
It's the setting of the
Income
rents.
cap, the income cap.
The income cap, yes.
So Bob, they have to meet that, and then they have to go through a background check also?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then you've got young folks like this young lady from ASU, this intern that would love to live in a place
Absolutely.
like that, but.
Our city employees, a lot of our city employees would be eligible for these units.
Man. Yes, sir.
Deferred maintenance, but this is not typical of LDG's product at all. So.
If you look on the internet, there's several instances of that.
We're gonna go to Rodney. We're doing this one at a time, and
I'm
then
sorry,
we'll go
I
back to
just
you.
heard the 2 of them speak, so
Okay.
it confused me. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Marty, were you through? Johnny?
I'm through. Thank you.
Rodney?
You're through?
Well, I guess originally I was very much for this resolution, and I was under the impression that it was going to be more moderate and not, I guess you'd say 94% or 96% low. I have one in my district, and I guess my greatest concern about the whole thing is, I was on the council when we decided to build the Bradford unit, and I was very much opposed to that. So that's kind of got me on the fence, and I guess I'm kind of concerned that it's so low and not mixed more.
That's the option that the developers, they make that decision. The rule is 40% of the units have to be at 60% or lower. Or you can have 20% of the units at 50% of income, AMI or below. Those are two options, but those are the minimums. But developers, for the most part, try to exceed those minimums to get points, obviously. It's the more units you have, the better it scores. So that's why you want to have as many of the 60% or lower in that project. But there's nothing that keeps it from going into a mixed income where you can have open market units, and a lot of them in the bigger cities do that. Very successful in doing that. Where you have a lot of, only 40% are low income, where the other 60% are open market. So that mixture works pretty well in a lot of cities. But in this case, this project is strictly low income, with exception of 2 units.
Okay, thank you.
Rodney?
A couple questions for you, Bob. One, Charlotte had mentioned about the city requiring someone to go in on a piece of property and finish it out the way that, a certain way with so much masonry or rock product or something like that. Is that true? The city can't do that.
I don't think so. That's their design, not our design.
It's their design. And this building, one thing Ms. Farmer said at the last meeting, she said that these were frame buildings. They're not. It's 100% masonry, hardy board construction. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
So they're considered 100% masonry product on all the buildings because they are a hardy board construction, which is a cement composite board. It's very, very common in Southland. Actually, a lot of, I'd say the majority of the houses over there have probably 3 sides brick, and a lot of them have the rear of them is hardy board construction if you look throughout the neighborhood over there.
No.
It's considered masonry 100% when you do that, though. Is that correct, Patrick?
Well, I was going to answer the previous question that was asked about the design guidelines. For commercial properties that are 25,000 square feet or greater, we require what we call urban design review. The standards are fairly loose. However, the staff does have the ability to make suggestions about the facade and the like. And so there aren't design guidelines that apply generally across the board for residential properties, although I would love to have that be the case. Certainly in the historic district, we have purview via the Design and Historic Review Commission to look at facade improvements. But other than commercial buildings that are 25,000 square feet or more, we don't have design standards. Typically, a builder may have their own standards regarding facades and the like, but the city does not have any kind of standards as it relates to residential or commercial, for that matter, other than the larger structures.
Okay. And one thing that I want to get back to and just make my point one more time on this deal is that the zoning has been in place there since 1983. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For an apartment complex. So this property, in my opinion, will eventually be that, whether these guys do it or someone else does it. When you talk about the engineering in the springs and things over there, engineers are brought in on the project to design buildings and structures that fit on the property that they're on. A lot of those houses, and I do realize, and I've actually seen them, especially in Southridge, a lot of the builders did not build those houses correctly in those areas. They didn't use post-tension cable slab, and they probably weren't engineered. They just scraped the ground and threw down a slab, and that was it. And that's why they had a lot of failure. When you're talking about a project of $9.8 million, I think they're probably going to do their due diligence and have a lot of engineering put into this, because the last thing they want is to have a slab failure on their foundation. So that's what I'm looking at on that. The next thing, when we're talking about a total of, they have an option on 20 acres. This property is on 13 point something acres, but you have an option on 20 acres. When we talked about the 20 acres, and Patrick had mentioned this, you could put as many as 25 apartments per acre on the 20 acres total. You're looking at 500, a possibility of 500 apartments on that property, as opposed to the 80 on the 13. When I'm looking at that and I'm sitting there weighing that both ways and looking at it, I'm sitting there thinking 80 is way better than 500. That's just a common sense thing. And when you're talking about infrastructure and how it's going to weight down the infrastructure, 80 is going to be way better than 500. So that's where I'm coming from on that. That's all I have.
Get ready. Well, let me weigh in on mine. I voted against this last time because I didn't want to give anyone from out of town something that we don't give our local builders. And they were asking for $14,000 in concessions. That's been pulled off the table. Now they're asking for a resolution, and we don't give those to our local builders. And I can't support anything that we give to an out-of-town company to come in here that we don't give to our local builders. Now, just as Rodney says, this is already zoned for this family, and it was there long before any of you built and bought. It was way before your development. So this has been, this area, it's been zoned for this for years and years and years. My opinion is that y'all are big boys, and you can do whatever you're big enough to do, but you don't need my help to come in and give you something that I wouldn't give to my local builders. That said, I think there are better places in town to build this than where you're looking. And I understand that probably in the next meeting or two, there will be another development coming here for a same type of location out in Lakeview, where we already have 4 of these. And I'm sad to say it, but I believe that probably the renters would be happier living in an area where they were not hated or despised or not wanted. And the renters will not be accepted in this area ever, just because of what it is. So that kind of covers it. I'm not going to give anybody a resolution. I'm going to start over with Liz. We'll go back down the road.
Thank you, Mayor, for remembering this end of the table. Bob, remind me of something that has to do with these apartments. Once there is a renter that qualifies for the income cap, in perpetuity, does that apartment have to fall under that income cap?
I believe it does, but let me pass it on to. What was the question? I'm sorry. Once they get in at 60% and they get raised, for example, can they stay in that unit after they get?
We have the ability to push them to market rent, so we can determine the rents after that. So we can terminate the amount they're getting for the 60%, but we can't terminate tenancy just because they increase their income.
If they leave, they come back, it goes back to where it was, right?
Correct. They wouldn't qualify at that point.
The unit is perpetually at that level. However, the person can exceed that. But once they leave, the next person has to be at that level, has to be vetted at that income
There's
level.
there's a lot of nuances within this program
Tons of them.
that we'll never know, and the public will never know because they don't work with it on a daily basis. But it's amazing how a project can start out and receive incentive through TDHCA as a low-income project and actually transition to a market or potentially a mixed-income facility. I'm like you, though. I'd prefer to see our city provide incentive or letters of recommendation or support like that for mixed income projects in the future. But I hope that after this, Mayor, we might get to talk about a policy, going forward when we're not in the round itself.
Just one comment, just so it's clear, we hire local engineers, we hire local people to help construct. We don't bring those in from Austin or Louisville.
Right.
These are all local.
That's very smart of you because you've heard of some soil conditions out there that can be extremely problematic, and many of these homeowners are dealing with them. Bob, can you explain one more time how the income cap works relative to the income of the median income in San Angelo?
There's the way it works is HUD sets based on the area median income in San Angelo. It's $56,000, for example. they stratify the income limits, if you will, from anywhere from 80% of AMI down to 30% of AMI. Those are the levels that programs compete for. For example, Habitat for Humanity, they go work towards the 30% and lower. The city, HUD, works at 80% and lower. These work at 60% and lower. So there's a variety of programs, Section 202, there's a ton of affordable housing programs that are covered. But the limits are set every year. They increase based on the AMI, which is the area median income again. As that moves up, those levels move up. I'm sure that answered your question.
It did. I have been supportive of these projects in my prior professional life, and I said at the last meeting I will continue to be a supporter of housing programs for all individuals. I don't believe that you should be penalized based on your income or your place in life. I think that housing is important to all income levels, just like I do believe public education is. So, again, my personal and professional ethic has me wanting to support this. I will say, though, as the mayor mentioned, I think after the previous hearings and discussions, I'm not going to be so interested in the future in financially incentivizing these over other projects, because I think the public has made an excellent point that perhaps the deferral of building permits is not necessary. But I do respect the fact that developers don't necessarily look to provide housing for low or low to moderate income people without some incentive from the state. And that is why this program exists, whether it's existed under a Democratic governor or our Republican governors. It's been a constant for many years in our state. So I appreciate the information you've given. I think there's been a lot said, and I'm, like the mayor, I'm very pleased that we've had a very respectful conversation. This is not easy for us. We've had calls on both sides. My best friends are very opposed, have opposing views on this. Some very supportive, some very against. But I believe in the long term that San Angelo is a loving and tolerant place, and that we should, again, be respectful of those who, for whatever reasons, are financially less fortunate, and give them the hand up. Thank you.
Further comments done?
No.
Charlotte?
Yes, I wanted to clarify something. Mr. Silvas, I did get the email that you referred to in my comment about barren ghetto, and with that statement, I made the reference, barren to me meaning unfruitful or unusual or being abandoned, and ghetto being properties that are inhabitable. And I use that term due to the slab problems, which I stated at that time, that the soils out there, and without an engineered slab, that I feared that it would become a barren ghetto. Made no reference in any part of what I said with Hispanic people in general. I just wouldn't do that. Didn't happen. The other item, I did say would like, and I made that reference because I couldn't come up with the word hardy board. And I used it when I said it's such as what was at Bentry, the wood-like siding. That is what I said, because the pictures, the formats that we provided didn't have the word hardy board on there for me to read from, and I couldn't come up with it that quick. The other thing I wanted to do was clarify the fees. Even at the town hall meeting, the developer backed off of the fees, and if you read the minutes of our last two council meetings, not the last meeting, but the prior meeting, the fees were approved on a 5-2 vote. I need clarification, I guess, from legal staff, since the fees were approved already to be waived, even though the developer has backed off on them. What do we do at this point because that approval went through? If you read the minutes 2 meetings ago, on a 5-2 vote, the fees were approved. Doesn't have to be ratified, doesn't have to come back for a second reading or anything, because it's not an ordinance. And that was the vote at the time. So how do we handle it at this point with them saying they want to back off the fees?
The city clerk is just checking those minutes to make sure that we are specific on what the motion was. And maybe he can read that back to the council.
Before we vote, I would like I have read it, and read it in the minutes, and it was approved with only the mayor and I dissenting on the fees. So that was the meeting prior to the last meeting, when we postponed the resolution portion till we could have a town hall meeting, is the way I read the minutes. And I just need to understand how we proceed at this point with that to assure the citizens, even though it was brought up and approved, how do we go about revoking that vote?
Are you thinking a vote to do so?
I don't know, I'm asking. But I want clarification in the minutes, because it's in the minutes now as approved.
Okay, we'll have the minutes read back. You could amend the motion to adopt the new resolution that does not have the waiver in it, and to have that resolution supersede your previous resolution. So it would be a resolution to adopt the new resolution to supersede the resolution voted on at the last meeting. But I would like to read those minutes, because I think that would be important.
I believe that the first time we came out, we didn't have a resolution ready. We asked for conceptual
And
approval.
asked for the fees.
That's
and
what we
not
asked for, yes,
the
that's correct.
resolution. It was done
Then
separately.
the resolution came later.
Y'all want to take a minute while they're looking this up and take
Yeah,
a break?
yeah.
Let's take about a 15-minute break while they're looking that up.
I've got it.
Wait, you got it?
The motion was made to approve waiving the fees as presented, made by Councilmember Fleming, seconded by Councilmember Silvas.
5-2.
So we'll probably have to have
That's
a
what I was
motion to
asking for at
revoke.
the beginning of this, is I thought that we should kill that and then possibly vote on the other.
But we can do that. We can do that at any time. We can kill that. Y'all want to go ahead and finish this? You want to take a break?
let's finish. Let's
Okay,
just
Johnny,
finish
do
it.
you have any
Okay.
further words?
I think one comment that was made a while back is if we had not even mentioned the word low income, we would be here or not, and that's kind of sad that we've come to this point. If it had not been labeled low income, would we be here or not debating this thing? So that's really what.
It's still zoned.
It's still,
zoning
okay.
track. It wouldn't have never come before us.
That was my question, so.
Well, I wasn't here at the last meeting, which I was out of town, so I guess, so I didn't hear everything last meeting. I've read the minutes, but I guess my question has come to me now in my own mind. Are we supposed to be basing our vote on where it's located, what it's built out of, what ground it's going to be put on? Or do we support affordable housing or low income housing? What exactly? I mean, I'm in support of everyone having affordable housing, and for the. And like I said, I went from extreme left to extreme right, and what exactly is our vote supposed to be based upon? I guess I'm asking.
According to the agenda, the vote is whether we approve or disapprove the resolution that we are in, and let me read it again, that we are in support, and that's the word it used, affirms that it supports the application of Dissinger Development through the Texas Department of Housing for an award and allocation. The resolution is, do we support the resolution to give them these points, or do we not support? And that's really all we have to look at today. Now, your reasons for denying or accepting the resolution are your own. So that's what you'll use to make up your mind. But the only thing we're talking about is, do we agree, do we allow, or we disallow the resolution? It's really quite simple.
No.
May I say something, Mayor?
Let's see if Rodney, and then we'll go back around. Rodney?
Last thing on this, when we're talking about affordable housing, throughout the city, and we're going to have this come up, I believe, in 2 weeks on the north side with another
least,
company.
yes, sir.
A
Yes,
couple of things. One, I'm going to vote for it each time it comes up. Affordable housing, it doesn't matter if it's on the north side, south, east, or west. I'm going to vote for it because I'm in favor of that, and I think I see it every day. I know how thin it is right now for affordable housing. There's not hardly any out there at all. So I'm going to vote for that when it does come up in 2 weeks for that company also. The mayor had said that he wouldn't vote for anything on this that we wouldn't give to our local people, but our local people aren't applying for this probably because they don't have, or they're not willing to do $9.8 million worth of investment or try this. I think if they did come, and they did come before us, I'd vote for them too, to give them the resolution for sure. So I think that whatever companies do come, and it's mostly bigger companies because they're the ones that can afford to do projects of this size. So I'm for affordable housing throughout the city, no matter where it is, and I will vote for this resolution every time.
I'll vote against the resolution every time.
Hey,
And,
hey, we're back to the
No.
other.
I thought
No.
you were going to let me speak before you spoke.
I get the last word, and then I go back to you. I have my words
Oh, he
also.
does, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I will
His
vote
points
against
and
the
conclusions.
resolution this time and next time because I don't approve of the resolution. And we had a resolution a couple of meetings ago, and it was disastrous. So resolutions, I'm not for resolutions. And as far as the drainage, my daddy-in-law used to trap crawdads out in this area, so I know what it's like. Ms. Grindstaff, you now have the floor.
Oh, Mayor, I don't need it anymore.
Don, did you have anything further? Charlotte?
I agree, Marty, I'm for affordable housing, and to me, the resolution says we as a city support this particular group, the particular project, and the location for the overall betterment of the community for the city. That's what a resolution says to me. So all of those items would have to have a check mark by it for me to agree to the resolution. And because I cannot support the developer because of information that I can readily pull up. I know that we've got numerous apartment complexes that are fixing to come online, which is going to put about another 700 units in the market for the saturation of. Not all of them in the city go by the Rainmaker market rates, and I'm sure you're familiar with the Rainmaker market rates. Do you all use the Rainmaker system?
No, ma'am.
Okay, the Rainmaker system is they take whatever is the highest and the best rate out in the state and set their rates to, and that makes it non-affordable for us regular working people out there to try to pay Rainmaker market rates. So that's why I am for affordable housing. But all of the factors have to go together: the construction, the location, the availability in the city, for me to endorse the resolution, and I won't endorse the resolution for those reasons.
Further comments, Johnny?
Voting for this resolution would be voting or not voting for the resolution is the same as voting for the project? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, it's just
No.
the resolution.
They're taking this resolution to the state, and this will give them points that will help them in their being accepted or not accepted. It does not kill a project. It does not make the project. It is simply to give them points.
Based on the other applicants that we're competing against, more than likely this will determine whether or not the project goes forward or not.
Okay.
Not
And further-
100%, but 90%.
And furthermore, there was a proposed facility built over here, right on the other side of the bridge here, going out towards Texas Sports Complex, that got derailed at the time another one came up. So I would welcome something like this over here. I see it as an upgrade to the neighborhood, and you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. It's a Fort Contra area.
Yes. I just want to throw that in. Just
Further words, Marty?
None.
Rodney?
None.
Anybody else on the council want to speak? Liz?
No, but thanks for asking.
If there's no further comment, there is a motion that has been made and seconded that we approve this resolution as presented. We've taken public comment, and we've had 3 rounds of council comment. I am now calling for the vote. All in favor of the resolution, raise your hand. All opposed to the resolution, raise your hand. We have a 4-3 vote to approve the resolution. Do we now need a motion
Yes.
to abolish what we did last time and to change the fees?
This resolution does not have in-kind support in the way of waiving the fees. So as far as what goes to Texas Housing, there's no in-kind support.
Direct staff to
We had the vote already.
Well, it's not actually on the agenda for a separate vote. So this motion wasn't amended. So I would just suggest putting it on the next agenda. and
How about
taking
if
a
we,
vote on it.
if you want to redo it again and put that this motion will supersede all others?
Can we do it that way, Dan?
Sounds good.
Well, I would hesitate to do that. What do we do if the vote comes out different?
Let's
You know,
just put it on the
we're
next
not-
meeting.
We're not following a
We'll
reconsideration.
put it on the
We'll
next
put it on the
meeting.
next meeting just for that, and that way we will give the 72-hour notice.
That we deny any, okay, we go
Yes.
that way. And I,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Put it on the
Now
next.
can we take
Yeah.
it is 10:47 and I'm calling a 15-minute break. All right, it is 11:11 and I'm calling this meeting back to order. We are now ready for number 11, which is presentation of the quarterly report from the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Council and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, CVB. Presentation by CVB Vice President Pamela Miller, Vice President Mr. Michael Looney, and I suppose she's giving you the go-ahead to go first.
That is why I came running up
Go.
here. She said, go. Okay, I'm on 3 minutes. We'll keep this under 3 because I got the rules given to me big time a little while ago. Thank you all very much. This is our fourth quarter, kind of rounding it out. One of the mandates that we've been given is really deeply increasing the collaboration between COSA DC and the Chamber's Economic Development Division. That is working extremely effectively. I'm spending at least 50% of my time over at their offices. The cohesiveness is excellent. And we're obviously, as I said, keeping a permanent office there, and that's worked really, really well in using time spent at the chamber offices, which is a natural magnet for developers and businesses coming into town, and then immediately finding out what their needs are and getting them over to the BRC so Roland and Bob and Nora and I can sit down with them and figure out what we need to do next. So that's working out really well. And also working really closely with our partners at Workforce. It's very important, and I'll get to a little example of that in a minute. We are currently engaged. What I'm doing, along with my chamber stuff, my chamber duties, is working on a targeted list of industries within the 16 NAICS codes tranche. So we're out there peddling the city, the quality of life, obviously, and it's going very well. I don't have a report yet on all of the different companies that I'm working with right now because it would be premature to do so, but that is underway and has been for several months. We are currently working with a couple companies I can tell you about. We're currently working with a heavy equipment company that they do a lot of heavy road construction and earth moving equipment. This is really, really large stuff. They don't sell it necessarily. They actually rent it. They lease it. We are currently working. They're from out of state. We're talking to them about a couple of properties in the area, including the industrial park. Another company that we're working with is a approximate 150-person contact center. It's actually on the eastern seaboard, and they're looking at us as one of 6 markets. And we're waiting for a time when they can come out, fly a team out, and take a look at some of our facilities. And then the last one that I can talk about is an artisanal organic dairy food producer from out of state that we're currently working with as well. They would hire approximately 10 people initially. The heavy construction equipment company would be about 15 to 17, and these are good paying jobs with that particular company. We've got some out-of-region companies that we've been able to bring in, one of which is an energy brokerage firm that just came into town a couple of weeks ago. We're currently in the process of helping them look for real estate. They just hired 7 people, and they have a goal of 20 to 25. These are very, very good-paying W-2 jobs, and they are very aggressive about bringing in as many white-collar jobs as they can handle. And as some of you may know, I appreciated your energetic support of that. Other is a full-service home builder and commercial contractor that's coming in from out of the region, and we're going to be making an announcement with them to the press in about 2 or 3 days. So, one of the things that's worth mentioning is the Business Retention and Expansion Program. Bob Schneeman has been really instrumental in taking a leadership position. One of the things that we've done with BREP, everybody understands, I think, what BREP is, where obviously we're treating a company that's local, that's here, that's a legacy company, or even maybe a young company that may need some help, and we treat them as if they're coming in out of state. One of the things that Bob did, which was really I think really sharp, really smart, is that he made sure that all of our different partners and stakeholders know what we can offer, what can be done, what are some of the things that we can't do necessarily as part of a prescribed program. And that would be, there are certain incentives, there are certain things that we can do to help existing companies that would just be a staff decision, and then there are obviously some things that would have to come before you. And so we've had those meetings with all of our partners, and we feel confident that everybody is well-versed in what they can speak about when they go out and talk to a variety of companies. We're currently underway with the final version of the website and aerial flyovers for the Business and Industrial Park. That's a screen grab where we have a UAV flying over the park for approximately 10-minute segment, and you can go forward and backwards and look at different sections. So if you were looking at a certain area, let's say a 5 or 6 or 10 acre area, you can actually fly above it and search around and look and see where your different ingress and egress points would be. And so that is underway, almost finished. That includes the marketing materials on surveys, availabilities, utility availabilities, power, necessary water lines. That's all been put together, and we're going to be probably going to publishing in a couple of weeks on that. First and foremost, we wanted to get the study done, though, for the certification, which is going to be kind of once we get that done, it's going to really help us launch off a really, really aggressive positive campaign on a really high profile online marketing pitch to regional and local companies. Certification of the park's almost 70% complete. And then kind of to wrap it up, I'm going to sort of hurry it up here because you haven't hit my timer yet, but I'll bet I have a minute left. We represented, I did a joint marketing mission in last quarter with Steve Eustace, local commercial real estate broker. We were at the ICSC Dallas, Texas conference. We were there with approximately 993 different conventioneers, booths. About 35% were either economic development corporations or chambers of commerce, so we were in good company. And we had approximately 220 visits. And that resulted in currently 3 different retailers who are interested in the city and 1 apartment developer. And we're currently working with them. And of course, when those transactions get to a little bit more of a mature stage, we can divulge them publicly. But anyway, that was basically our little fourth quarter report. Appreciate you all guys letting me have a chance to show you what we did. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Questions, council, for Mr. Looney? Don.
What do you mean by the certification of the park is approximately 70?
Sure, certification is actually it's a program which not very many industrial and business parks actually have, and I can't remember the exact company that's doing this certification. Roland Pena, who may be with us, might know. Roland, is Roland back here? No, Roland's not here. Anyway. We can get you some more information on that. I'll send you guys an email and give you some more background. But Roland and Bob are currently in the process of conducting that with a company that makes sure that the property meets international requirements for a industrial development. So you've certified that you've got the correct KVA power, you've got the correct infrastructure for the water, And so you don't have to basically sell a company and they hope that you have done all your homework before they buy a piece of property. Once it's certified, they're confident that everything that they're going to need is there or can be had.
In place, okay.
Yes,
Good
sir.
deal. Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael?
Very well. Thank you all
Thank you,
very
sir.
much. I certainly do appreciate it.
Do I have any public comment? Anyone have a question for Michael before he sits down? Miss Pamela? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, or almost afternoon. I'm here to give the fourth quarter or end of year reports for the San Angelo Convention and Visitors Bureau. During that last quarter, we assisted with 19...
You are Pamela Miller?
I am Pamela Miller. We assisted with 19 conventions, meetings, or sporting events, projected attendance of 51,620 people, room night projection 2,492, average length of stay was 3 days, and total economic impact, 6,276,230. At the end of the year, from our visitor sign-in books, we saw that our top city for visitation to our visitor center was Houston. Once again this year, we know a lot of that is oil and gas generated also. There are our top 10, the top 5 being Houston, followed by San Antonio, Odessa, Abilene, and Midland. We had 9,605 out-of-town visitors who registered. Our advertising, we had all 4 areas this time: print, billboard, online, and television. Our print, we did all of those normal Texas publications that I talk about each quarter, our Texas Highways, Texas Monthly, etc. But we also had an annual reprint or renewal on the Texas Sports Guide, the State of Texas Tourist Guide, and the TMCN annual piece. We also had a See Texas First newspaper insert, which actually started in September with the final part of it in October, and that went into 13 major Texas newspapers, 4 newspapers in Louisiana, 1 in Biloxi, Mississippi, 2 in Oklahoma, and 1 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And that insert had just under 1 million in circulation, so that's always a good one for us. At the end of the year, we had received 26,505 requests for further information from our print advertising. And we do actually have 30,000 fulfillment brochures for our print advertising, so our numbers are in sync there. In billboard, we went up the Monday of Thanksgiving so that we could capitalize on that busy travel week, and then ran for a month with holiday billboard in Midland, Brownwood, Lubbock, Abilene, and Brady. Our online is a new program for us, which is targeted online video commercials. When you go to a website and you have to watch a video before you look at what it is you went to the website for, we're doing a lot of that. We're concentrating a lot around the San Antonio Bernie area with that. Also, we had advertising on Tour Texas. Our TV was Texas Country Reporter. We had our final month was October for that contract. It was a 2-year contract of being a top Texas town. We had media visits and or inquiries from Texas Highways Magazine, AAA California, AAA Texas, and the Western Writers Association of America. We also completed our first ever sports video, and we're going to be getting a hard copy of that over to the city so they can put that on the city website. They helped us with putting some of that together also.
Pamela, excuse me, what is that?
a sports video.
What is that?
Well, we have a regular promotional video that shows all the great things that there are to do in San Angelo. Well, now we've put one together that's sports-oriented. Has professional sports, has Little League, shows our field, shows our facilities, and it's just a teaser that we put on there to try to get the sports planners to come to San Angelo. Trade shows that we went to this quarter included the Texas State Fair. We participated in that with the Texas Forts Trail. The Albuquerque Balloon Festival, we participated in that as part of Team Texas. YMRC, which is your military reunion connection, and we get to meet with a lot of planners that do all kinds of areas of the military reunions. So those are a lot of fun, and we seem to get a lot of interest at those shows. The Texas Municipal League, the Teams Sports Conference, that's where we meet with those sports planners. We've already have 3 different pieces of business that we're looking at from that conference. And of course, we attended the Lucas Oil Nationals that were in Phoenix. Our top 5 out of state for the visitor center was California #1, New Mexico, Florida, Oklahoma, and Colorado. We did have somebody at the visitor center from every single state, plus Puerto Rico, and 31 other countries last year. These are our top 5 international. Canada, followed by United Kingdom, and that's pretty normal for us. We, this year, sponsored the pencils for the surveys for the Concho Christmas celebration, the Christmas lights. And we wanted to sponsor the pencils so that everybody would really be encouraged to fill out those surveys. And, a lot of times they don't have a pen in the car. So we hoped it made a difference. It did. The survey returns were up 10% this year over last year. Out of 15,092 cars, we had 7,219 surveys returned. I personally went through every single one of those. That's a 47.83% return, which is awesome. 26% of the folks were from outside of San Angelo. 74% were in town. There were 268 other Texas cities, 30 other states, and the country of Mexico. For those that told us about where they stayed, room nights for hotels were 572, for camping 221, and there were extreme amounts that stayed with friends and relatives. Top visitation within Texas, this is for the Christmas lights, came from these areas. You'll note that the ones that are bolded, those are the areas where we had the billboards. And so that's really for my benefit. I wanted to see how those billboards did. With the exception of Del Rio, we put Del Rio in there because we had month-long advertising in Del Rio this year in the newspaper to capitalize on that shopping market that we get from that area. The hotel update, Thanksgiving weekend, we opened the Candlewood Suites. So that gave us 221 new room nights in 2014. We have 534 more rooms scheduled to open in 15. It looks like the next one to open will be the renovation of the Pearl on the Concho. And we had a meeting with a gentleman from Hyatt Place who, believe it or not, says he's bringing another one that hasn't started yet. And he's aiming for 2016 for that property and has at least submitted his initial plans. At the end of the year to date, our occupancy was at 67.4%, and our average daily rate was $110.43. Occupancy was down 9.9%, so just under 10, and the average daily rate was up 6.6%. Still up, but coming down pretty consistently. Any questions I can answer?
I have one.
Marty?
I think there's 13 cities you have listed there, and you said the 5 in bold are the ones that we put billboards in, or how is that the only 5 cities we did?
For billboards, well, let me take that back. We also did Abilene, and that one did not show. We had a lot of people from Abilene, but it didn't show up in the top. And we also did one that was really a county It was Llano County, so it wouldn't have, there were a lot in that area, but wasn't necessarily a city.
Okay, thank you.
And we've made some changes in the past on our billboards by what these surveys tell us, so we get a lot of good information. I mean, that's why we go through over 7,000 of them. But we'll do pencils again next year because I like that kind of rate of return.
It's very good.
You should have had a slide with the billboard, what it looked like.
I should
That would
have.
have been
I should have.
perfect.
And actually, in the full packet that y'all get, there is some copies of some of the advertising. I do not believe I had the billboard in there, but I could sure mail you one, Johnny.
Is that the only advertising you do for the lights, the Christmas lights? Just
Oh,
billboards?
no. We do. Everything else that I mentioned had some kind of a holiday component to it. Our video, we had a holiday-oriented video. We did Texas Highways, Texas Monthly. In fact, in Texas Monthly, we normally do a third-page ad, but for holiday, we do a full page, and we have a feature, so there's a story about us, and then we have a page of advertising that we had. I believe it was 5 co-op advertisers along with us.
Good job.
Anything else?
Further questions?
I have a question in
Yes, ma'am.
general. I see what you do on a quarterly basis and kind of what your strategy is, who you're hitting. But how does a local entity, and I'll just pick the Fort, how do they have to apply to you for advertising for an event, or how is that coordinated?
We usually, what we try to do, because you could never cover everything that happens in the city, we try to cover those events that are the larger events that are most apt to bring visitors to our area, because that's our job, head in beds. So which of those are we going to bring? So the billboards, for example, we had Christmas at Old Fort Concho, the Christmas Concho celebration, and we also put in there Michael Martin Murphey concert, because we learned at the trade shows we were at that there's a following that go travel to see Michael Martin Murphey wherever he goes. And so we try to pick, you only have so much room on a billboard, so what do we think those top 3 are going to be? And then we try to, so we're not consistently doing the same people, we try to move it around a little, but we do try to make sure that it's ones that will bring people to stay in the hotels. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Further
Anything else?
questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pamela. All right, it is now time for number 12, and I don't believe we're quite ready for 12. I don't see Tina. Pardon me? Let's move on then to number 14, and we'll come back and pick up 12 and 13 after Tina gets her information. Number 14 is the second public hearing and consideration of an ordinance annexing to the San Angelo city limits of certain properties situated immediately north-northeast of San Angelo, generally located on the northwest corner of the Old Ballinger Highway and U.S. Highway 277, specifically described as 175 acres of a 501.327 acre tract out of the J. Poland Survey 3, abstract number 5130, J. Pointevet Survey 1113, abstract 4873, and J. A. Eagleston Survey 2, abstract number 4984, and the Olson subdivision recorded in Volume H, page 539, District Court Minutes, Tom Green County, Texas, as described in Exhibit A attached. Rebecca Guerra, you do have the floor, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Rebecca Guerra, Planning Manager. Item 14 is the second reading of the annexation ordinance for what we are referring to as the block annexation. It's a 175-acre parcel located on the northwest corner of U.S. Highway 277 in Old Ballinger. It is in the ETJ, but if annexed, it will be brought into it is in the ETJ in Precinct 3, Rick Bacon's, Commissioner Rick Bacon's district, but if brought into the city, it will be in the single-member District 4, Councilman Vardaman's district. Future land use designation of this site is industrial, as is the properties to the north, to the west, and to the south. Because it's in the ETJ, there is no zoning, but if brought into the city, will automatically receive a ranch and estate zoning district designation. The zoning districts immediately to the south are ranch and estate. Notifications were done and were redone as a result of coming here in January. All of the mailers were sent out, and the public notification in the newspaper was also done. We have received no responses from that latest, both mailing, certified mailing, and publication. Here's a utility map, which is also found in your staff reports. Major thoroughfare plan, which is also found in your staff reports.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, ma'am. Here is a copy of the annexation plan, which was asked for by Councilwoman Farmer. As you can see, the subject site is designated by those three colors. You can see a dark green, a medium green, and a light green. The three colors that are represented are intermediate, immediate, and long-term. So the action requested today is to approve the proposed 175 acre annexation and adopt the annexation ordinance on second reading. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
Just kind of as a clarification on this, this is going to be a sand fracking operation. And I have met with the people that's putting this thing in. My concern was water, but they say they're not going to use the water. They say that they will pave the area, which will take care of the dust. They also say that by putting this sand fracking out there, they will be able to take approximately half of the trucks off of Hughes and Colwell. To me, this is a wonderful, it's a great situation. I'm 100% for it. They will be coming back to us with a heavy commercial zone request. So I think
heavy manufacturing.
Heavy manufacturing. So I think that council does need to realize for them to do anything with this, they can't do it in R&E. So they will be coming back to us with heavy manufacturing, and we need, and I am all in favor of heavy manufacturing. Let's get these sand plants out on the edge of town. That way we don't have the traffic problems, we don't have the dust problems, and we don't have citizen problems as we have had in another location. So that's kind of a something. Did I tell everything? Did I tell it true? That's what I wanted to hear. So that's kind of a summary of this. I'm going to open it up to public comment for anyone that would like to come forward, either proponent or opponent.
Don't we need a motion?
Motion.
Yeah.
I move to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, I do have a motion to approve. Got ahead of myself there, sir. Motion to approve. Do you have a second? State your name. And
Marshall Hewley.
Yes, sir.
My wife's family owns the property, the block property that's under consideration. I recommend that you do not annex the property to the city. Wow, puzzle faces, looking at them. There's some ways to cooperate to make this thing work even better for everybody if it's not in the city. First of all, the family is apprehensive in that it gets annexed and then these guys, Pinnacle Sand or somebody else, decides not to do it. We got farmland in the city limits, and there's nothing to guarantee they're going to build this project. First concern. Second issue, a matter of cooperation. If it is not in the city limits, then we can go to the county. The county can go to the state, and we can get some grants to create infrastructure for this property. And that's going to be a major expense for this property of running. We don't need the water or the sewer, but if we get enough employees, and we're talking about jobs here, and we're talking about infrastructure in developing the city of San Angelo. So if we get enough people at the site, then the local supply of water and septic is not going to be adequate for TCEQ. They're going to come in and say, you connect to a municipal water district or municipal water system or create your water supply corporation, which has a whole lot of other ramifications. So if we get enough people to go to work out there and operate this facility, then we've got to have the water and the sewer that we really don't need for the operation on a small basis, but the more and more employees we get there, and there are other developments planned for this area, the more infrastructure we're going to have. And if we're not in the city limits, we can get grants from the state based on these employees and create the jobs created and build the infrastructure so the city doesn't have to build it or participate in building it. The developer doesn't have to do that. We can get state grants to do this. Once that infrastructure's there, once the plant's built, the city has every right to come back and take it based on the existing agreement. You don't have to take it now. You can take it any time in the future. So my appeal to you is let it be built with the understanding that we're going to get some grant money, try to get some grant money to build the infrastructure. And then once it's built in operation and has value to the city, tax revenue value, and it's not a drain on resources if nothing happens there, then take it at that time, at a future time. My appeal to you. My recommendation is not annex the property.
Dan, how long can we hold a second reading open? I mean, because if we don't approve this on a second reading, that's where we are right now.
That's my request.
How long can we hold it open?
There's a time limit for the annexation to take place.
I don't know how many days that is.
Okay. May not be able to answer that question. This property is under a development agreement which postponed annexation for up to 45 years. However, if there was an application for development or subdivision, then, which there has been, then the agreement provides that the property owner is consenting to the annexation. So you're not looking at, you do have property owner consent. As far as postponing this, I don't know of any reason that you couldn't postpone it. I know you can't do it indefinitely, and I believe there's a time limit for once annexation is commenced, within which to complete the annexation.
We're going to do this dance again?
Members of council, I wanted to go ahead and show you this annexation map plan again, the one that was approved by City Council. As you can see, the subject property, which is right here, is designated as both being immediate and intermediate. So the immediacy would have been between the first 5 years that this plan was adopted, more than 10 years ago. So according to our own plan, this property was scheduled to be annexed voluntarily or involuntarily. We entered into an agreement saying that because there was no non-residential or non-agricultural uses being proposed on the site, we would hold off any annexation, but the moment that any of those uses were contemplated, both the property owner agreed and the city agreed that the property would be brought in with the owner's consent for annexation. So that was a signed developer's agreement that was brought in. But as you can see on the map before you, this property was slated for immediate annexation and intermediate within between 5 and 20 years, which almost 20 years has passed since this plan was adopted for annexation. So in terms of consent has been given by the property owner through that developer's agreement for any use other than agricultural or single-family residential, and our own annexation plan has identified it both for immediate and intermediate annexation coming into the city.
So you're saying if they do anything on this property other than farm and the agriculture that it has now, that by consent, we will annex them?
By consent, and the property owner has agreed to it and was made party to that developer's agreement, so they signed on to that.
If he does anything out there other than what's happening right now, which is agricultural, he belongs to the city?
Or a single-family residential dwelling unit, yes, sir.
Who submitted the original application in November for annexation?
Only the property owner may do so. So Mr. Block, who was the
okay, I
representative
remember
of the
now.
trustee,
Thank you.
no other individual can do that unless they sign it away as agent authorization.
Okay.
So, according to what you're saying here, is that if he tries to go out for development grants as the county, the first time he scoops a dirt out there to pour mud or anything, he is in the city.
Any permit that is tried to be pulled with any government entity would trigger that developer's agreement.
I don't know that you plan to work, Mr. Healy.
When was that signed, Rebecca?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
When was the developer agreement executed?
If you give me one moment, I will look it up because
I
part
think
of
you've
your
said
staff
it
reports.
before, I'm just not
It is. I'm
remembering.
just don't remember right now. Give me 1 second.
Almost 20 years ago.
It was filed Yes, in 2011.
Man, I'm totally confused now.
Y'all wanna put this, pull this and put it off for a meeting,
I
or?
want to discuss it.
One
Let's
more
talk
comment,
about
if
it
I
some
may.
more.
Still, again, Marshall Hewling. An interpretation of the development agreement says the city may annex the property if something commercial goes on it. Paraphrasing, doesn't say you have to, it says you may, and the owner gives consent to do so, if you will. At any time, you can do that. There's no, it doesn't say, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me. But I believe if you'll give it a liberal interpretation, or an actual interpretation, it says that the city may annex it, and the owner gives his consent. He's not going to oppose it, but it doesn't give a specific time period. I just think there's a way to cooperate with all the physical capabilities that are out there to develop this property, to help the city's tax base, to help the city's employment, to help this company incent them to come in. You know, if you go out there and say, all right, we're going to let you build this, but you're going to have to put in fire hydrants, you may be spending $500,000. That may put the project out of the money. If you let them go in and build the project, and then you take it in, and the infrastructure's been presented to you with state grant money, I think it's a win-win, a better win-win for everybody.
One of the things that in my visits with them that I came up with was fire hydrants, and you know, their contention was we don't have to furnish water. Well, under our current codes, we do because of fire suppression. If it's inside the city limits, we have to furnish those things. And they're really not cheap, and I didn't want them to be out there thinking all was right with the world, start to pull the permit, and us have to ching them for a 10-inch water line all the way from wherever it starts until it hits their property. You know, I really wish in hindsight that we could have done something like the Mueller agreement, where after X amount of time it was brought into the city limits, and during that time they were paying a portion of the taxes. But once again, I'm not sure we can do that because of time constraints, and I definitely do not want to put the throw cold water on the development of this property.
And Don, to respond to yours a little bit, just for council information, we did look into those tools, and as it states now, if I understand correctly, we do have to have the capacity to provide those services. The applicant, of course, depending on what was required from a fire suppression standpoint, Brian and them have distances, and a lot of it depends on what they actually build, how big of an office they build, those kind of things. If they're smaller offices than, you know, just a small one where they have water on their truck, it gives us the capacity to address those things. But when it comes to the cost of extending the lines, you know, our typical policy is if there's a line, as in this case, we mapped where it is, and there's an 8-inch across the road, and that's sufficient to serve their facility, and the city wants a 12-inch run because we want to build an interlooping system, which makes sense, we would not charge for a 12-inch. We should only charge for the 8-inch, which is what's over there and could get them, and the city then typically pays that oversized extra portion for the piping. So I think the intent of the policy is to not try to discourage development, but to encourage it by, if we want the looping system bigger, then we pay that difference, and that should not be passed along to the developer in this case. One other thing to note, since we're talking about the frac sanding, is that in this particular case, most of you may know, yesterday the ZBA heard the Planning Commission reviewed their policy pertaining to how frac sanding facilities will be handled in the future. That will be coming to council at the next meeting.
Yes, sir, we can schedule it for the 3rd if you wish.
Okay, preferably, but anyway, it'll be coming, that was approved. So that being said, this particular facility, whatever is done at this facility, it will fall under those guidelines that are being recommended by the Planning Commission and then coming to y'all for your review. So this will fall under that umbrella.
Johnny?
Marshall, I have a quick question for you. You threw a curve at me, but you mentioned something, the state grant. So what is the timeline there? Have you guys already applied for those grants, or
We've not. You have to go through the county,
right,
to apply for the grant.
Gotcha.
So
that's why you don't want to be annexed just quite yet.
Right, and once we're in the city, we can't apply through that grant because it has to go through the county and it can't be an incorporated area to get that grant.
Okay.
According to, well, she's still here or not, Mary Alice Smith, who was here this morning earlier.
Do you know what are those granting, what is it? What type of grant? Does it have any restrictions on can you ever be annexed into the city?
Yes, you can be.
Okay.
According to my conversation with her, yes, you can be.
But you don't know what agency or what grant it is?
I'm sorry, I do not. Mary Alice slipped down on me.
Does staff have the wording in the contract? There's some, okay, I'd like to hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave me about 6 pages to read. I'm not that
Yes,
fast.
ma'am. All right. So Section 8 talks about the expiration of what triggers the developer's agreement's expiration. So 2 things can trigger it. The first is if they fail to use the property for agricultural or single-family use, or there is a permit or some sort of application that's made to any government entity for a use other than agricultural or single-family. So the second that they try to pull a permit, as I reiterated earlier, if they try to pull a permit with the county, the contract expires, and this is the exact verbiage in the developer's agreement. Upon expiration of this developer's agreement, or upon earlier termination, as thereof herein provided, the owner agrees that the city shall annex the property, either in whole or in part.
Not may, but shall.
We shall annex it. So the second that the agreement is terminated by those means that I read before you, the city shall annex the property. And this developer's agreement was signed on by the owners of the property and the city.
Can you underline that and then allow us to look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mayor, I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
I think just generally speaking, if we go back or go up in the air 30,000 feet, let's remember when we annex and we're talking about rezonings, it has nothing to do with a proposed use or
Goes
what.
with the property.
That's right, it goes with the property. So potentially anything within whatever classification they're promoting could go there. So I always remind everyone that. And
if I may, while you're looking at that, I think there's some conflict, and we talked about expiration. Then it's got another page, in another part, it says if the owner violates this contract, then the city may take it. So we've got expiration, then we've got another provision on another page talks about if something is built on this property, what the city's options are. So I think maybe the expiration, given those conflict of terms, expiration may be the expiration of the 25 years or whatever that was, 10-year agreement. But then there's a provision in there for, on another page, about if the owner, I don't have that in front of me, so I can't do that.
So,
I mean, it's kind of a conflicted wording in the agreement. And I think it was something new the state came out with about the time that was signed.
But clearly in that document, we have the authority to do so if you take action other than use the property for ag or single-family residential. It's expressly given in there, even if there's conflicting information.
It's talking about expiration. And I don't know this is an expiration. It is a event that triggers another paragraph. I mean, it's an interpretation. I think it's open to interpretation.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we move forward Brian, I mean, do we have to run, does the water line have to be rimmed all the way up to the property? I guess I'm asking that.
If I could just answer the previous question, and then we can get a water interpretation of the line interpretation.
Sure, but then the question, I think, was from a fire perspective.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to let you know, we've been looking over the developer's agreement. Just as I said, any building permit or any permit that's applied for with any government entity, the applicant has already submitted as an agent for the owner a rezoning to a use other than what has been established. Therefore, by that action, the developer's agreement has now, just as I read to you, they have asked for a use other than agricultural or single family. Therefore now, according to the verbiage that I just read to you, the city shall annex the property. Is that okay, just wanted to make sure that I made that.
Pretty clear.
Perfect.
Brian?
Morning, Mayor, Council. From what I've looked at on their plans, as far as a small building, very minimal with a bathroom and an office, the only thing to be occupied, the silos wouldn't be occupied, and you're talking about non-combustible sand. The water we carry on our truck would be sufficient to take care of that building. That doesn't mean that if they changed what they wanted to do or some of the other things out there that we wouldn't need a water line. Right now it sits about 1,500 feet away from that corner of that property, and that's a little farther than normal, but I waive distances depending on what it is many different times, so.
And Brian hasn't seen a site plan or anything that hasn't been submitted yet, so, he's just going on sort of what they're saying, but depending on how big the office is, that.
If they're asking for a minimal office, you're talking about a occupancy load of 3-4 people maybe max, so, very minimal.
Thank you, Brian.
I can contribute to that. The information that I had from Pinnacle was the office is going to be about $100,000 building, so that's, 1,000 square feet or whatever that is now. It's pretty expensive to build buildings. And I think this location, the office, is about 3,500 feet from the nearest fire hydrant. That's where it's going to be located.
Closer to 277.
Yes, right off 277.
I have a picture of it. Sorry, I have one for you.
Well, and once again, my biggest concern was for them, for us to go through the process, them to be headed down that road and all of a sudden, 10 fire hydrants are required on 175 acres and us have to put water to it. So. Well, even though they didn't want it.
Johnny? Marshall, I see where I'm confused too, because in section 6 it talks about termination, and then in section 8 it talks about expiration. So,
Right.
Is that the conflicting parts that you're seeing?
Yeah,
That's what I'm seeing.
Section 6 where it says, however, as to a violation described in section 2, the development agreement shall terminate and annexation may take place as provided by section 8. So it may and it can, but not till we get it, all the infrastructure in here that is available, was my point. My proposition, cooperate with the resources out there to make this better for everybody.
Looks like our decision is, and we're gonna have to vote on this, because there's already been a motion and a second, so we're gonna have to clear that up, unless somebody wants to pull it. So we're either gonna vote on this, and we're gonna bring you in the city, or we're gonna say, no, we don't want you in the city. Another option is to just let this thing postpone on the second reading until you get what you want done. And I don't know what the time limit is on that, whether this is even an option. Or the next thing is just to kill this thing, and just as soon as you pull a permit or ask for a grant, then we're gonna start all over again and annex you.
That's
What'd you say?
correct. That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I think we've gone through this process and allowed for the opportunity for public comment. I think that, again, to reiterate what occurred a few years back, there was always the intention for the city to annex it, and for the sitting council or previous councils, that was the intent. And so as a follow-through on that, there was this development agreement that was put in place because it was subject to an ag exemption, the subject property. However, because there was an intent to develop the property, we're following through on that which was always intended for this property to be in the city, contributing to the tax base and developed for industrial use as per the future land use plan. So this is the intent, and that's essentially what's been presented at the first reading, at the second reading, and we believe that we're consistent with the development agreement to move forward with allowing you to consider annexation at this point.
And if we vote no on the annexation, and then he pulls a grant tomorrow, then we have to start and do it all over. Everything we've done thus far is moot. We're going to start all over with everything.
And the question on that would be also from a legal standpoint is if you choose not to annex based on this agreement, you have said no, we don't want to annex you. What right does that give them in the future as far as annexation? I guess they could do it, but it would have to be an involuntary potentially at that point, which means you fall under a different set of rules than you do under this particular case.
Dan, talk to us.
Right. The property owner has done what they're required to do, and that's why it's before you for annexation. So if you reject that, then there is no status or consent for annexation from that point forward. Basically, the contract's over, and you'd have to proceed with an involuntary annexation. The other thing is the zone. It comes in as rural estate, and you can provide services for rural estate. I think a zoning change, services would be relevant to a decision about a zoning change.
Yes, ma'am.
You just said that the owner has done what they're supposed to do, and that is make an application for annexation. That's what you're referring to, isn't it?
Right, because they have in fact preliminarily filed the rezone and their plan for development. And so they've done what they're supposed to do. If the city doesn't annex, they wouldn't be in violation of the agreement to proceed with their development without annexation.
So we either annex them, or the agreement we've got is no mas.
That's correct. And again, I think the idea that the previous council saw in the development and patterns in the area that there was an opportunity obviously to expand the tax base. If we elect at some point to annex, then as was stated, it would be a voluntary annexation, and those aren't as clean. So we believe that as following through on what was intended, that we would act on at this time. I think the other thing to mention too is that when we talked about grants and the opportunity to do the infrastructure, to provide the infrastructure potentially outside of the city, obviously bringing out properties into the city may or may not be up to standard at some point. And so those are things that we want to consider. Grants aren't guaranteed either, and so there is that chance that we will, if we change our minds about it at some point, we may not have the adequate infrastructure we would like to see in areas outside of the city limits. And that's why the cities have extraterritorial jurisdictions, so that we can have some ability to look at how we want to expand as a city and consider what that means for us.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote on this, unless y'all want to pull your motion. Either pull it and we'll let this thing, I guess, just set like it is.
I have one.
Or if this motion stands, we're going to vote on it.
I have
and I'm going to vote to annex you.
I have one last question.
Yes, sir.
Did Pinnacle or Mr. Hewling, or did they make you aware that they were going to change their mind? Did you know?
No, sir.
Because it didn't sound like it over here when you were presenting.
No, sir. No, sir.
So no, we didn't know.
No,
the
sir.
city did not know.
No, sir.
Wow. Okay.
You going to pull your motion?
No, I'm not.
Okay. We're going to vote on it then, and we'll either annex you or we won't. If we annex you, we'll bring you at RD. You can then apply for your heavy manufacturing. If we don't, then I guess all agreements are off. Is that well stated?
Yes, sir.
Any public comment on this? Any further comment from council?
And Mayor, I do want to make sure
Yes, sir.
one more time everybody understands this, whatever is done will fall under those guidelines.
Yes.
Whatever is adopted concerning frac sanding
We
facilities.
need to end.
One more.
One more. I was kind of looking forward to putting you out there. I thought we had finally reached an agreement.
Hi, I'm Fred Partlow. I represent Pinnacle Sands in this matter. Mr. Hewling has spoke well on behalf of the Block family. I just want to, I guess, tell you my notes that I had that I was going to talk in case you asked a question. We've only requested, and you've heard all this, but I just kind of want to put it on the record from Pinnacle's point of view, I guess. We've only requesting annexation because of the agreement that was made 3.5 years ago. We would prefer not to have annexation, but we've done everything that Rebecca has so nicely helped me do. And Patrick, following your rules. I'm a rule follower, and that's what I want to be known as and do. In the event we are annexed, I just want to make it perfectly clear what we're going to use the property for, because I want you to know what that is in advance, so that when we come up for rezoning, if we are annexed, that you've got it all on the table. So if you vote for annexation, I guess I'm requesting that you give us the heavy manufacturing zoning with that vote. Because if you're not going to give us heavy manufacturing rezoning coming up, then that's not fair to the Block family to use their property to make an income off of their property. So we plan to build a mile-long loop track that holds over 100 rail cars. Mr. Block will farm cotton inside of that loop, and he'll farm cotton outside of that loop. Our future plans include installing silos or some type of storage to empty the sand from the rail cars into those silos or storage. A small scale house to control the weighing of the trucks that would be loaded would be on the storage facility. Our future plans would be approximately 22,000 square feet of road or truck staging parking area. And we're in Texas. I'm a big football fan, so I like to put 22,000 square feet in perspective. That's about a third of a football field. So you've sat in a high school football stadium, about a third of a football field with regards to the amount of road and parking stage. Obviously, this is job creation. I mentioned the cotton already, and we do not need city services to do this project on a daily maintenance point of view. Fire hydrants, sewer, those type of things are all things that are left up to the powers to be that are experts in those areas. So when you consider voting, I reiterate again, if you do vote for annexation, please think of it as also a vote for heavy manufacturing when we come before you in a month for that also, because it would be unfair to the Block family. Any questions?
We can't put that into our.
I understand that completely.
I am in favor of heavy manufacturing in that area. And you can look at some head shaking up here as to the rest of the council. So that's not taking a vote, but it does give you a pretty good consensus.
Yeah, but there is a concern, because that is the
yes. And that's the reason I made that known at the very first.
I just want to be perfectly clear
it.
as what we're going to use the property for, so you know. And I've only been in San Angelo for 6 months, and the climate of frac sanding, and I've sat in a lot of meetings and stuff. I realize where it's at is not near some people's houses, but having it in the city or not in the city is also a political issue. So.
Well, I just want to make the remark that we voted against one heavy manufacturing there because we didn't think it would look pleasant coming into the front, into the, I guess, the start of our city. So there is that possibility, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, I understand that property wasn't heavy manufacturing. It was light. It was light. So that's why when I did the zoning request, I specifically asked for heavy manufacturing.
And to reiterate that, in our long-range plan, this area is identified for that purpose. So this would be consistent with what the plan would reflect.
So the other thing I want you to think about and why the timing of things are, all of you, I'm sure, own some kind of stock or are part owners in some kind of business. No one will want to build silos or build track or do anything without assurances that will be able to be completed and operated. So that's why we haven't broke ground or put a shovel in the dirt or even signed contracts with anyone, because we need to know the path we're on, and that's why the lease with the blocks is such a long term, because nobody would want to be involved with a 5-year. They need a long time to pay their large investment back.
Okay.
The property right down the road is heavy commercial. So you're in a heavy commercial
Heavy
area.
manufacturing.
Next to the landfill.
Next to
My
the
goodness.
landfill.
Yeah.
Come on.
I've given many a tours to the facility to many people that we would like to service there. So.
I think it's a wonderful spot. I'm all for it.
We saw the pretty pictures. My goodness.
Can we vote?
I'm going to call for the vote. One more comment.
Mary Casper, what are the specific plans in the planning department ordinance, whatever, as far as containment of the frac sand? Is it going to have to be a totally enclosed building, or will the silos that is being presented by Pinnacle going to be a viable option?
That is not an item we can talk about. That's not on the agenda. We're just talking about a zone change. The zone change goes with the property. There could be a sand plant there. There could be any other type of heavy manufacturing.
And that is an item addressed by the Planning Commission.
Yes.
They met yesterday on that particular item, so you can look at what was recommended there.
I know what was
And then that will
recommended
be-
there.
That will be coming to council, so there'll be a public comment time when that item comes to council
We
on
have-
that topic.
It
We
just
have to-
seems like it's a little bit disingenuous. if
We
you
have to stay
understand
with
what
our
I'm saying.
agenda items, though.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm going to call for the vote. The motion has been made that we bring this into the city with an R&E, with the caveat that they will be applying for heavy manufacturing. And is that basically what your motion?
I don't know if
was?
I used the word caveat. I don't think you can add that.
So I have to take that out?
Yes.
So the motion is that we accept this into the city annexation. It will come in as R&E.
There you go.
Is that your second, Don?
Yes, sir.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on it. Tina, are you ready to go with yours?
What about the
It-
lake?
it-
We've got some lake folks here.
Well,
don't
it's
we?
11 minutes after 12, and I've just about ran out, totally out of gas. And Charlotte's already out of gas. And so is Marty. And so is Daniel.
Move to adjourn the executive.
Are you out of gas too, Fleming?
Vince needs Mexican.
How long is it going to take you, Tina?
Very little time.
Really quick.
I can go without the presentation if you want.
Yeah.
Sure,
Let's take Tina. This is item number 12. It's consider adoption of an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of City of San Angelo, Texas combination tax and limited surplus revenue certificates of obligation, Series 215, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said certificates, approving the official statement, providing an effective date, and enacting other provisions related to the subject.
Thank you, Mayor.
3 to 5 minutes.
Got it. Set the timer. Okay, so we've been upstairs with Vince and Paul from Specialized Public Finance working through the bidding process for the debt issue that we authorized earlier this year. Again, that's that $13.5 million worth of projects, all in public safety. We did receive 6 bids for the interest rate today. We came out with the winner being at 2.547%, which is really good. We were thinking it might be closer to 3.16, I think, when we first started this process, so that's great. We also wanted to mention that Standard & Poor's did affirm the city's credit rating at a AA with a stable outlook, which is very good for a city our size. And then I'm going to move on here to the bids. These are the 6 bids we received, with Samco Capital Markets placing the winning bid, 2.547% again. This is just kind of a history of where the interest rates have been, and so I guess what this is saying is that 99.2% of the time has been greater than what we're currently receiving. So it's a good interest rate. That's the point of that slide. This again is showing where our debt capacity is and what our payments will be. We do still show some capacity there for future debt issues if we should have the need arise. And then again, our timeline for the debt issue, we expect to have this completed and finalized on March 18th. And so I just need a, thank you.
Got to move to approve.
Second.
Anyone? Don, did you second that?
Yes, sir.
This looks like we've already approved the expenditure. This is just setting
sir.
the rates that we pay for the money, and the rates are good, so this is fine. Motion to approve.
Second.
Council comment, public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Put a 7-0 on that one. Nays? Put a 7-0 on that one. Move on to 13. Consider adoption of a resolution providing for the substitution of the paying agent registrar for certain of the city's outstanding debt issues, appointing a paying agent registrar, and authorizing execution of paying agent registrar agreements, and in enacting other provisions related to the subject.
And Mayor, this one is just housekeeping, really. We're just changing the paying agent. We're getting a better rate from Bank of Texas than we were receiving from Bank of New York Mellon. So we're going to switch the paying agent to save the city a little bit of money here. So.
Somebody.
Move
approval.
to approve.
I'm going to take your motion, I'm going to take your second. Any comment, council? Public comment? This is saving us money again, and we're getting it back in
That's
the
our
Lone.
goal.
We're getting it back in the Lone Star State.
Yes, sir.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
You're welcome.
And it is now 12:15.
Thanks, Vince.
And Lake Nasworthy, I'm sorry, Poquito? Okay, come forward. I'll give you just a second. Let's see what you got to say.
Ray McKim, 2424 Rock Slough. I appreciate very much you give me just a few seconds here just to take a look at a couple of dirty buoys that we have at the lake for our safety.
We're going to have to read this if we're going to go into it.
Read it?
Okay, are we going to do it, council, or you want to take this, or you want to go to lunch and come back?
Do it.
Okay, let me get in and let's read it. Presentation, discussion, buoys at Lake Nasworthy. Now, everything's legal,
Good.
go.
Thank you. Here's a slide real quick of a buoy that's very, very dirty. The buoy originally, I think they're over 10 years old. They're faded, and then we have the luxury, I guess, of some grime and bird, you know what, on top of it. So the buoys are they're not, you can't even read what they say. So particularly over at Spring Creek Marina, we have about 7 or 8 buoys that tell you 4 different things, and you can't read them. So you've got a no ski, keep right, no wake, and a hazard. But what good do they do if you can't read them? So we're asking that you help us purchase some new buoys, keep them maintained, and there's some conditions. Some of them are damaged, and they've had these labels put over some of the original signs. You can't even see the letters on top of them. So I don't want to belabor all this when we're hungry, but I appreciate if you could.
Do you just need for us to make a motion that we allow you to change them out? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I think that's right.
Let's see, what do you need, Shane?
Figure out where we're.
I think this was just it was just a
No.
presentation. Presentation and discussion. There's no action required on this.
Okay.
Have you talked with Shane and told him exactly everything he needs to know so that he has direction to bring something back to us?
Just need direction from y'all real quick. We have approximately the need for 83 buoys on Lake Nasworthy. Again, they're all different shapes and sizes. We don't necessarily maintain a budget for replacement of buoys out there. As you know, Lake Nasworthy operations is funded under the water fund. We haven't been real blessed with additional monies out there, so budget's pretty tight. We've been trying to make do. You can see the stickers that we've tried to wrap around. Of course, we get vandalism, we get boats run over, and we get all kinds of different things happen from time to time. So if council was so inclined, we could replace all the buoys out there, all 83 buoys for roughly $30,000 is what it would take to replace all those buoys out there.
Are they all bad and in need of replacement?
We have some that are within 2 2.5 years, 2.5 years old, but that's only about 7 or 8 of them. The rest of them are all older than that. It's up to council, so I mean, we have those issues out there. So.
Yes, sir.
Shane, thank you. One more comment. We would like to spend a little bit of money on certain buoys, maybe to put some very low-level blinking lights, maybe, particularly for night, and maybe just to catch a boater's eye that these buoys are a little bit more important than some other buoys.
Mayor?
Shane, would y'all get together on this and determine exactly what we need and figure out what we need to fix this and put some dollar figures and bring it back to us?
Well,
Talk with the Lake Nasworthy owners, and let's come up with some kind of a plan. Yes, ma'am.
Why wouldn't this be in the CIP? There's CIP meetings going on this month, this week?
We're actually going to have a discussion on CIP next Thursday when we have our strategic planning workshop.
At this,
so we can actually
right. This should be a part of that discussion and not necessarily a separate one, given the timing.
Okay, I mean, most of the time, these dollar figures are more of a maintenance function instead of a CIP function. It's just that the maintenance dollars haven't been there for a steady replacement program. And we do maintenance on them coming into the summer months. We will, as best we can, go in there and we can, again, redo stickers on them, things like that, replace those. We get out there with brushes and actually scrub the bird droppings off of those to try to make them readable as best we can. But again, it's just one of those things that we haven't actually been blessed with enough money to actually have a replacement program for these buoys.
Is there any money in the Lake Nasworthy Fund to do any maintenance on these?
We don't want to go to that yet because we have the policeman's dock first, and that needs to be taken care of first this year. There should be, though, in years to come, we should set up some kind of system where we can do maintenance on these and not let it go to 10 years when they're all super bad if we rotate them out. But first we want to take care of the police dock before we would pull money for this. Now, pulling money out of the general fund, I think we should talk about.
I don't see any reason to replace them. I mean, I understand new paint, new scraping, and new stickers, but why replace the buoys if they're still floating?
They do. Well, they still float, but a lot of them back up. Like that one right there, you can see where it's been run over by a boat, hit by a boat, and cracked at the bottom. We have several of those out there as well.
I can see those. I can see replacing those.
And the stickers that we do that's kind of a temporary fix. Putting new paint and stuff like that really doesn't work. That plastic that we have on them gets oxidized really quick from the sun out there, and they're tough to try to refurb. And so, like I said, we've been band-aiding it, just trying to get us by, hoping that the water fund would catch up. We haven't had that luxury at this point. So, but again, as we move forward, we can work with the Nasworthy Homeowner Association and see if we can come up with a solution to replacement programs and costing them out. Like I said, I know that we do have the need for 83 buoys on the lake, and again, to replace all 83 would be roughly $30,000 at this point. So,
would y'all get with Shane and kind of work this out? Yes, show him exactly what you need. You've already done your homework.
I think
show him what you need, and let's come to something that he can wrap around and bring to us, and we'll figure out some way to do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
I'm glad we got this done before lunch.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that too very much. Thank you.
It is 12:22. It's time to take us into the executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D. Exceptions to requirements that meetings be open under the following section. Section 551072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property regarding A, potential sites for a police department administration building, and B, real property located in the Lasker Edition, City of San Angelo. 12:23, and I really think we ought to be back here by 1:30, don't y'all? I think we can do it in an hour, so we'll be back in an hour. 23, exactly 1 hour since we broke for executive, and I am calling the meeting back to order. We are now to number 16, which is the first public hearing and consideration of introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Z. 1437 Jeff Callaway. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Texas, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use districts, and the zoning map in accordance with a comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit: 428 Montague Avenue, located approximately 240 feet southeast of the intersection of Montague Avenue and the Houston Hart Expressway frontage road, and an unaddressed tract located at the southeast corner of Montague Avenue and the Houston Hart Expressway frontage road, more specifically, occupying 2.790 acres of the G. Shiblitz Survey, Abstract A, 1854 S0326, and 1.861 acres of the G. Shiblitz Survey, Abstract A, 1854 S0326 in Pauline neighborhood. A request for approval, a zone change from office warehouse OW to general commercial CG, providing for severability and providing a penalty. Ms. Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rebecca Guerra, Planning Manager. The next item before you is a rezoning, case Z1437, in the name of Jeff Calloway. It is 4.651 acres. As you reiterated previously, it's located on the southeast corner of Montague Avenue and the Houston Hart Expressway frontage road. It is in single-member District 4, and it is in the Pauline neighborhood. Future land use of this site is transitional. As you, again, reiterated previously, the existing zoning is office warehouse. The proposed rezoning designation is general commercial. Staff, however, is recommending neighborhood commercial. When we made this proposal to the applicant, he in fact agreed to neighborhood commercial, and that is reflected both in the staff report and as part later on of my presentation. Here is a copy of the major thoroughfare plan for the area. As I said, staff is recommending denial of general commercial district. However, we are recommending approval to the neighborhood commercial district. CN is consistent with the transitional future land use designation. CN allows for some type of buffer development while still allowing for retail uses, and it allows a lower intense development compatible with the neighborhood areas to the west and to the south. Notifications for this rezoning were sent out within a 200-foot radius. 9 notifications were sent. 0 responses have been received as of 9 a.m. this morning. Planning Commission on January the 26th recommended approval of zoning Z1437 from office warehouse to neighborhood commercial, not general commercial, unanimously. So the action requested today is to approve case Z1437 for rezoning from office warehouse to neighborhood commercial, not general commercial. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
Don, this is yours. Take it, buddy.
Yes, I think this is going to really help the neighborhood. General commercial, I would have a problem with, but neighborhood commercial, I think is great. I make a motion that we accept as presented.
Second.
Silvas, did you second?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve going from office warehouse to neighborhood commercial, not GC. Don has made it. Johnny has seconded. Do I have further comment from the council on this? Do I have public comment on this? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on it, Brian. Number 17 is first public hearing and consideration of introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance for the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, Z 1439 Gilbert Arocha. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use district, and a zoning map in accordance with the comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit: 217 and 217.5 West Avenue C, located approximately 230 feet southwest of the intersection of West Avenue C and Hill Street. More specifically, occupying the Fort Concho Edition, Block 20 and 1/2, the east 60 foot of Lot 7 and Block 20, the east 60 foot of Lot 7 in central San Angelo. A request for approval of a zone change from two-family residential RS2 to low-rise multifamily residential RM1, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Again, this is rezoning Z1439 in the name of Gilbert Arocha. It is 0.165 acres, again located on the southwest corner of West Avenue C and Hill Street. It is in single-member District 3, and it is located in the Fort Concho neighborhood. The future land use designation of this site is neighborhood. As you can see by the zoning map in front of you, the existing zoning is two-family residential, or RS1. The applicant is proposing to rezone to low-rise multifamily residential. And as you can see, the properties immediately to the east are also zoned RM1. In fact, the property owner owns those properties, and it is his intent to combine these lots with the lots to the east to form one larger parcel, which is intended to have multifamily residential on it. This is a copy of the major thoroughfare plan also found in your staff reports. This is a concept plan, which is not part of the approval. However, it is subject to any and all approvals today. As you can see, the multifamily that's being proposed will be 2 stories, will be located in multiple buildings to give the appearance of single-family residential, 2-story residential homes. However, it will not be one monolithic apartment building. Here's some concept elevations of the proposed units. Staff's recommendation is approval for the reasons before you and also in your staff reports. The RM1 zoning district is an extension of the existing RM1 zoning adjacent to the property to the east. It's only proposing 75% of the maximum density which would be allowed on the property. It is intended to look like 3 large 2-story homes as opposed to 1 large apartment building. The use appears to be consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use designation of neighborhood. And it provides an effective transition between the 1 and 2 dwelling unit properties in the area and the commercial nodes to the northeast, east, south, and west. Notifications were sent out within a 200-foot radius of the site, which equated to 15 notifications. One was returned in opposition and 1 in favor. Copies of those comment forms have been included in your staff reports. On January the 26th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of zoning case Z1439 unanimously. And so the action today is to approve zoning case Z1439 from RS2 to RM1 and adopt the ordinance on first reading. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
This is yours, buddy. What you say, Johnny?
You know what, I've known Mr. Arocha for a number of years, and I commend him for what he's trying to do here. These lots have been vacant forever. So for him to want to do this and upgrade the neighborhood, I'm moved to approve this item as presented.
Second.
Did you say that, Elizabeth?
Yes, I did.
Had Johnny has made the motion, Elizabeth has seconded to go from RS2 to an RM1. Do I have further comment from council on this item? Public comment on this? Call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one, Brian. Number 18 is first public hearing and consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 10 entitled Traffic Control, Article 1003, entitled Operation of Motor Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Texas, altering the maximum speed limit on Sherwood Way beginning at the intersection of Clark Street and extending west to 300 foot west of the intersection of Southland Boulevard, with such street being located in the City of San Angelo, Texas, provided for severability, providing for a penalty, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Ferret, you are on, sir.
Good afternoon. A while back, council requested, or I believe it was Councilwoman Farmer requested a study be conducted along Sherwood Way. We contacted TxDOT and they performed such a study. What it was found is the 85th percentile of speeds along that particular stretch of roadway fell between 46 and 49 miles per hour. Taking that into consideration, along with the number of the high density of driveways coming onto that particular piece of roadway and the high number of accidents on that stretch, led TxDOT to make a recommendation to lower the speed limit to 40 miles an hour. All this is a change of our ordinance to allow TxDOT to do that. They would pay for all signage and all labor to install those signs.
Who's starting us off on this? Charlotte, since you asked for it?
Move to approve.
Second.
Council comments?
You know
I think it's a terrible idea to take that, what is it, 18 blocks? And go from 45 to 40 and then back to 45, and when traffic's traveling 47?
It doesn't go up to 45. As you exit town, it would actually be past Southwest Boulevard. So at that time, the speed limits start picking up to your highway speeds.
What is it in front of Sam's? Or is it in front of Walmart and Lowe's?
It'll be 40 at this point.
But this doesn't go all the way to
This goes all the way past there.
It goes past, okay.
Yes, sir.
It's just fast moving out there with a number of businesses, and that's where the complaints came from, with the business owners, that their customers trying to get in and out of their parking areas, where it be Blair Western Wear, the number of places, even at Rose's, even though there's a stoplight there, it's just the speed is so fast that traffic trying to turn in usually gets clipped pretty good. And after over a dozen of them contacted me, I requested that the study be done, and it's just a way to slow it down.
I think if traffic's running at 47 miles an hour naturally, then that's naturally the speed you ought to have. And just by putting an artificial speed limit on, I don't think you're going to slow anybody down.
We could do away with speed signs if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I mean realistically, you know, we tried the 55 mile an hour, and people wouldn't drive 55, and they increased the speed. I mean, if traffic is traveling at a prescribed pace, just because you put a sign there is not going to slow them. Now, it could create a speed trap where we could write some tickets, but I don't see that that's going to do anything.
Will you
Mayor,
explain the
I did misspeak earlier. You are correct.
I
It does
thought
go
it
from
was,
40
but I
and
wasn't
then
going to argue with you.
You are correct. I was thinking Southland.
So we got
Boulevard.
about 18 blocks. We go from a 45 to a 40, back to a 45, and then to a 55. So you're just taking and cutting a little section out of a big section. That's nothing but a speed trap, and 5 miles an hour is not going to do any good there.
Patrick, will you explain the MUTCD?
The MUTCD, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. It's basically the guidebook used by all transportation departments, whether that's a state, local, to have a uniform guidebook to work along. So.
Well, I guarantee you that if you knock it down to 40, they're going to drive 45 anyway. So maybe that helps in that manner, but they'll be up to the 45, 47 all over again.
We'll get the public comment.
One second, Mayor, please. You've got me on my heels here for a second. What I'm looking back at is TxDOT's actual letter to us.
The one from Tracy King?
Yes.
We're looking at it right here. So
The actual recommendation is past Southland. The map is incorrect that you're looking at up here. It just goes to southwest. So it is out past
Southland.
Walmart and past Sam's.
that's what that's what the letter
That's
says.
what I thought with all the development that is going on out there.
Right.
And will be happening, that they were recommending in a meeting
So
that
it
I was
is-
at to slow the traffic
so it
speed
is-
down. It gives the public safety officers another tool in their tool shed to try to control some of the speed out there.
So that's way down to Chick-fil-A.
It's all the way past Chick-fil-A. It's past the banking center there and out past Sam's. So it goes from Clark Street all the way past Sam's, 300 foot on the other side of Southland.
Oh.
So you're saying the mayor is getting what he wants?
The mayor is getting what you want, a consistent speed
Speed
from Clark
all the way
Street all
through.
the way to the edge of town.
I think it's. I don't understand knocking it down 5 miles an hour when the traffic's already traveling 47. You know, I had a man tell me one time I was going to build a gate in a fence, and he said, determine where you pull in. Because I was going to build a gate way over here, and he said, determine the tracks where people pull into that property and build a gate where they pull in. And that makes pretty good sense. And that's the same thing here. If your traffic is running at 47 miles an hour, that tells you what the traffic should be. And just because you arbitrarily lower it to 40 does not mean that you're going to arbitrarily lower the traffic from 47 to 40. So to me, to make it 40 when the traffic is running along at 47, to me, you're creating a bigger hazard than what you've got already. That's the way I see it. Now, if you're trying to build a speed trap, then it's a perfect location.
It's impingent upon the motorists to obey the speed limits.
I don't think we're trying to build a speed trap. I think
No.
we're trying to calm traffic in an area that is becoming much more congested with more curb cuts and more activities than we had 5 years ago. I'm not offended by having to drive 5 miles less. You can change my behavior with a speed limit sign.
Rodney?
You know, and the biggest thing I'm looking at is the future, and we've kind of seen what the master plan is out there, and it's getting worse and worse. And I drive through this intersection. Literally, I drive through this intersection probably 6 to 8 times a day, going back and forth over there. And the amount of accident, I see an accident almost every time I drive down that road. So to me, I'm sitting there going, if it helps one person not have an accident, it helps one person not have an accident. And in the future, in the next 5 years, that that area out there is going to be way more congested than it is now, I believe. So I'm for this, that, trying to help out a little bit. I agree with Johnny, if we put 40 on it, they're going to go 45. But right now at 45, they're going 48, 50 or more. It's 48 average. There's a good many people that are over the average and they're going 50. So that's what I think about it.
Any further comment before I open it up to public? Public comment? Come ahead, sir. State your name. You got 3, so you're going to have to speak fast.
Oh, man. 3 minutes. Let me state, my name is Greg Moss. I am a traffic safety expert. I have written numerous research papers on speed limits. Your question about the manual on uniform traffic control devices, the gentleman did not explain that the 85th percentile for many decades is considered the safest place to post a speed limit. And since the 85th percentile, like the mayor was saying, is around 47, 48, that's not an average speed, by the way. That means 85% of the public is at that speed or below that speed. That is where you're supposed to set a speed limit. And setting speed limits lower does not slow traffic down. It just creates more problems with tailgating and lane surfing and other behaviors that you want to cut down on. And it does not decrease accidents, which is the reason given here. Speed limits, lower speed limits do not improve traffic safety. In fact, there's a lot of studies that show lower speed limits actually cause more crashes, injuries, and fatalities. And like I said, I've written a lot of the research on it myself. I'm with the Best Highway Safety Practices Institute, and it's just a bad idea. All it's going to do is create a speed trap, and it's not going to decrease accidents, and it's not going to slow people down. A speed limit is supposed to reflect the speed of traffic. The speed of traffic is not supposed to reflect the speed limit. Do y'all understand what that means? It's a democratic process. It's a democratic scientific process where they take the speed over a 24-hour period, say, of all the cars on the road, and they determine what the 85th percentile is on that stretch of free-flowing traffic. And that has, like I said, there's decades of research supporting this, and I brought some of it with me, so y'all are welcome to see it. Stuff that I've written and stuff that the Federal Highway Administration has written, and people like that, honest engineers that have no ties to the police or insurance companies that make money off of speed enforcement. So I can show you written proof that this is a bad idea, and I can tell you from my own experience, it's a bad idea, and it's not going to help safety. And that is a 6-lane boulevard. The speed, actually, according to the 85th percentile, the recommendation in the manual on uniform traffic control devices is to round up, which means the speed limit should technically be posted at 50 right now. But 45 is good, but 40 is unethical. Any questions?
Thank you, buddy.
I'm giving you the straight scoop on this. Do you have a copy machine so I can make copies of some of this stuff?
I can take it and provide it to them.
Okay, cool. Thank you, appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Dwayne?
Yes, sir.
Did the state engineers that sent the letter, they recommended this change, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is a state-controlled roadway. They make the recommendation on the speed limit. It's just our ordinance is the one that has to enact that.
And they I know that I was in a meeting the other day with some state officials seeing what is about to happen or possibly happen out in this area, and they were probably looking at that also, weren't they?
I don't know if I'm at liberty to speak about that right now.
A few years ago that right here downtown, the Bryant coming on the one-ways, going through town, they lowered, the state ordered the city, as I recall, we had to lower it from the 45 to the 35 or whatever is posted now to slow the traffic down, and that's what the state recommended that we do.
Do I have further comment from the public on this? This is a first reading, so it takes two to make this an ordinance. So I still got a little time.
Another statement?
Quickly.
For TxDOT to recommend lowering it to 40 borders on malpractice.
Thank you.
Seriously.
We have had comment from the council. We've had comment from the public. The recommendation is to lower it. This is the first reading from 45 to 40 in that 20-block stretch, and then it jumps from 40 to 70 or 75, I guess.
Yes, sir. Up to highway speeds.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm nay.
Nay.
We got 3 nays and 4.
Show of hands.
Let's say a show of hands for the ayes. 4 ayes. Let's see a show of hands for the nays. We got 3 nays and 4 ayes. So first reading, it passed. I'm going to work on y'all for the next one because I think this is bad business. It's not going to do anything but create another problem out there. Thank you, Greg, for your help. Let's move on now.
Greg?
Thank you. Let's move on now to number 19, which is consideration of approving the negotiated contract with Midtex of Midland Incorporated to construct the concession building PK 0314 and related site work in the Bosque in the amount of $371,264 and authorizing the city manager as designated to execute said contract. Mr. Knapp, you are on, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me back. So you read it right. We've negotiated. We've negotiated, and now we're looking for approval to execute this contract. A little reminder, kind of where we are. Carl's working on with the concessionaire on that part of the project. Here we are getting the concession building, and immediately following this one is number 20 to ask us to allow us to negotiate with the putt-putt. So all these things are kind of moving along together here. Obviously, we're talking about the concession building itself, but it really encompasses a lot of the site work in that area. This is an updated rendering of the plan of how it was changed and what we have now. And so just a reminder of what we looked at last time. This was our budget that we presented to you guys back in February 2014. Concession building, we had a budget at $225. Still looking at the miniature golf, $175. Our site work and utilities together, 50 and 70, about $120,000. And we have $30,000 for design and $100,000 contingency, bringing this package, this development into $650,000. So we got pricing from Midtex. We worked on them a little bit. We were able to get the concession building down below the budget. It was $225. It's at $221,983. The site and utilities is still a little higher, at $141,829. We also part of the original bid included an alternate, which were these electrical pedestals that we will have for the food trucks to pull in and plug into, and that's an additional $7,400. That brings our total project cost to $371,264. There were some discussions last time about the square foot of the building and the cost per square foot, and I think it's a little inaccurate to look at 400 square foot building costs this much, because we're bringing all the utilities, services in from a good distance to get to the building. So if you look at just the building itself, it's $575 a square foot. That's crazy. But a big part of this is the roof, and the roof itself is about almost 1,300 square feet. So when you take that into account, we're looking at really $175 a square foot. A little more palatable.
Just for the roof?
Well, no, that's for the whole, you take the $221,000, the cost for the building, which includes the roof. So I'm spreading it over almost 1,300 square feet as opposed to just 400. So.
No, I understand how it works.
The other things that came out of that last time when they presented, we saw in the graphic there were a lot of driveways that come into all of that had been calculated into the overall number of the building. So all those driveways that come from the parking lot for the trucks and all that is now in your section as it pertains to the site.
This graphic gives you a little better idea of what the footprint of the building, the box in green, and then the blue roof element. So that'll provide shade, provide a sitting area for tables and benches. So it's all very usable space and certainly a major part of the construction of the project. So the next part of that was same numbers at the top, but we're looking at the site and utilities numbers here. It's 149,000 with the alternate, and we've got 240 linear feet of service road that we're preparing. It's 12 foot wide. Down by the concession building, we have 3,200 square feet of decomposed granite where the trucks will park. People will sit out, and so that's a large area that we're incorporating into our development here. And then utility trenching, we've got almost 600 linear feet of utility trenching from for getting to the pedestals, getting water and sewer and electrical to the building. So for such a small building, there's a lot of quantity there that's involved site-wise as well as with the building itself. This graphic kind of gives you a little visual on the yellow at the top. That's the road, the 240 linear feet of road. The blue is a section that we took out of the project, so that saved the bulk of the money. And then the kind of reddish color is the scope of the decomposed granite that we will have around the building. And so hopefully that gives you a better idea of the scale of the project. So again, the elevations. So kind of a comparison of what our original budget and where we are now. The numbers on the right are the revised numbers. And if I take the contingency down to 75,000, which I think, certainly adequate for this project, we're within $1,200 of our budget. We could take it to 74 or 73.8, to get it exact. But, project-wise, I think we're close. We only had one bidder, so there was no one to go back to, no real comparison on pricing. We did have to get another electrical contractor, but as we're looking at those numbers, but it's tough competition. We only had one bid, so as far as the total funds available, we have 900,000. If we take the 651 out for this phase, that'll leave us 248,000 for next amenities that we decide to do. So the staff is recommending that we execute this contract with Midland, and then we can start construction on the concession building. At this time, it'd probably be looking at June for completion, probably end of May or June if we could get things rolling. And then at the same time, if we can negotiate with Harris, which will be in the next agenda item, both of those could open at the same time. So, there you go. Any questions?
Who's going to start us? Rodney?
I still have a problem with the price per square foot being this high, and I talked to two different commercial contractors that are local guys that did not know anything about this project and weren't sent out the packages. How many packages did we send out for this?
I think we have a list of contractors that are, have done work and want to do work with the city, so we send them out to them. I think we had 12.
How do you get on that list? Just for their...
They call it,
Roger Banks.
Yeah.
Anybody can be on there. And then we publish it in the paper and all that stuff as well.
Okay.
Or we put it on the, whatever the publicized.
I've gotten
it goes to the plan room as well, and so.
All right. I've got several phone calls on this project on the price per square foot. And even if you do the roof and, you pull the roof out separate and everything, when you're still talking about over $500 a square foot for a metal building that basically is one room, a bathroom, and a closet.
Right.
The people, everybody was against it. They said that they felt like we were being ripped off by this company out of Midland because they were the only bidders.
They're the
So
only bidder.
they felt like that company just threw a huge price tag, which they did. That first price tag was huge. And then now they've come back and we as a city have given them these numbers to shoot for,
Right.
which to me personally weren't low enough numbers to shoot for, but that's just my opinion. That's all I have.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments from council? Don?
Man, as far as I'm concerned, we throw these in the back garbage can as we leave and do something else. To spend this kind of money for what we're getting, to me, is crazy. I just can't believe that we can't get it done cheaper than that. And if we can't get it done cheaper than that, then I don't know that we need it, that amount of money worth.
Yeah.
And those are always good discussions for y'all to have. As David said, we brought back what it is. If you choose not to do it, then we can rebid it. There's all those options you have as you go through your discussion.
Johnny?
I was just going to say that, David, I think you've done a good job. I know that when 12 bids go out, or you send it out to 12
invitations, yes.
And then nobody comes back but one, well, sure, I can sit here and say, hey, if I was one of those, I can say, now I know what that price is going to be. I could have done it lower than that. But yet you didn't throw your name in the hat as one of the folks who could do it. Now, I do agree with Rodney. It does sound a little pricey still. The concession alone, it doesn't seem that much to me, the $221. I'm more interested, of course, at least planting the seed with the miniature golf. If that leads later on to even the concession area, fine. But I think folks in general want something like some more activity down there along the river, whether it be paddle boats or the miniature golf or whatever we come up with. But sure, the 651 is still hard to swallow. But when you add it all up, the miniature golf 17, even the site work alone, I just don't see how it adds up to almost 150,000 for the
Right.
site work. I don't understand that. I'm not
Sure.
in that type of business, but I can see where when you see the bottom line, yeah, it's kind of sends
Oh,
out
yeah.
red flags. It's kind of high.
Right.
I hope we can at least, if not now, I'm looking forward to talking to you about the golf with the miniature golf. And I hope we can at least approve that. Whether you can come down with a lower price, I don't know.
Elizabeth?
What did you say? We'd have to be crazy to support this? I'm feeling crazy. For the sake of discussion, I'll make a motion to award the bid.
And I'm going to second her motion for the amount of money that has been spent to develop the area down there and the number of years that the staff has spent work and the contracting. Yes, I agree with Mr. Fleming. It is high. We had one group that bid on it. But for what we have moved toward and where we're going, I'm going to be with her. I guess I'll say crazy if that's the way the rest of them want to look at it. But I just don't see how we can stop now and put off the progress that's been going forward, with our Riverfest and its success and the success of things that are happening.
Right.
We don't stop now.
Elizabeth?
That was probably my turn to concede that time. I agree with Ms. Farmer that we've got a lot of time invested in this, and I'm not sure what really the public's awareness is of that. I wish the project were less expensive. I wish we had more bidders. I don't in any way question the bidding process. Everybody that's in commercial construction in this community knows how bids go out from the city. Luckily for them, they're probably busy right now, and that's great. But I was talking to Kat earlier about the cost of saying no, and I think this is another one of those examples. Unless we're going to completely scrap the project and start over in concept, we're not going to find this any cheaper than what y'all have been able to negotiate kind of at this period of time. So I could wish that it was less expensive, but I will tell you, if I vote for this, I'm expecting a lot of bang for this buck. And I would imagine that the public is too.
Yeah.
So for the sake of what you have invested and what we've already done with the river and the synergy that we're creating, I'm happy to support it.
Stay with my second. That I
The-
interrupted you on.
Little background, the building began as a masonry wall building, CMU, and we had preliminary pricing on that, and I guess you guys would be on the floor at this point with those numbers, because it was ridiculous. This is our, trying to bring it into budget, and we have made several considerations here. It's just a economy or lack of economy of scale. This is high, I agree.
Yeah.
We did have two other guys that looked at it. One guy was from Abilene. I think I mentioned this last time. Another was a local guy. He just didn't get his paperwork and his bonding in place, and he said, "Oh, maybe next time." So, we've done what we can.
Mayor, add me to the crazy category.
Well, I guess a couple of comments. One, in the Midland, Odessa area, I've had the opportunity to do a lot of work with Midtex, and they're very reputable, and they're a good company to work, to work for and to work with. So I don't think that part of it should be. I mean, they're just a good company. Secondly, when you build something this small, the cost per square foot just runs a lot. And I'm kind of like, I think Johnny said, it's easy to shoot holes at it after the fact, but no one stepped up to the bar and tried. And so, if this is the best it gets, then this is the best it gets. And I think if it fails, we scrap the whole thing.
I can't justify it. I cannot justify it in any way. Some of the prettiest steel work I have seen done was in our Fireman's Park, and it was Dennis Arhelger that built it.
Right.
And the city crew. And I guarantee you put Crowd on this and put his helpers, we can build this thing and have a whole lot better building than this is at not even a fraction of the cost. So I can't not justify $221,000 for a 400 square foot metal building. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Any public comment on this? Yes, ma'am. Come ahead.
My name is Susan Myers. I live in downtown San Angelo. I lived in downtown San Angelo from 1997 till 2001. Then I moved to Southland. Then I recently moved back 8 years ago. I love the beautification project that we have done, not only downtown, but our river. I have family that lives in Seattle, Washington, Washington, D.C., San Francisco, California, Marathon, Florida, and the Florida Keys, and they just can't believe how beautiful this city is with that river that runs right through it. We spent all this money to beautify the river. Why are we going to put in a trashy 18 miniature golf course? There's people that walk. I walk every single day, sometimes twice a day, from the YMCA all the way to where the old Fireman's Park is over here. And I just don't understand. I do it for solitude. I see people sitting down reading books. Other people, I walk my dog. I see other people walking their dog. There's joggers, there's people with their children in their strollers. Why are we going to ruin it? We spent all that money to beautify the Boss. There's a bathroom there. There's all these things, and you look on Channel 17 and see what our city already has. Why do we want to change it? And why are we going to have somebody come in from Midland to do this, and they want San Angelo to subsidize the stand? I don't think that's right. And we're already complaining about the trash that we have here in San Angelo. What's that going to do to the downtown area and the river? It's only going to make it worse. And to spend that kind of money, and if they do decide to build it, it shouldn't be where the Bosque is. There's another area that's farther down that they could do it over there by the Foundation Bridge or the Friendship Bridge over in that area. But over where the Bosque is, or over where the Kids Kingdom is, that's even better over there if they want to do that, because that stuff's already over there. But leave a place of solitude so people can sit and be quiet, walk their dogs, be with their people, run, walk, whatever. Neff's Park was here years ago. There's still some railroad tracks down there. Maybe they could do it over in that area over there. But by the Bosque, I think is a no. I don't want to spend my money in it, and I don't think we should.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have further comment from the public on this? Motion has been made and seconded that we approve $371,264 for the building of a concession stand and
site work.
And site work. Okay. I'm going to call for the vote. Let's raise our hands on this one. All in favor of spending this and approval of this, please raise your hand. We got 4 ayes. Everybody opposed, raise your hand. That would be 1, 2, 3. Tell Midtex to go to work.
We'll get busy.
All righty, let's
Thank
move
you.
on to number 20, which is consideration of selecting Harris Miniature Golf Courses Incorporated to provide design construction services for the Putt-Putt Golf Course PK 10114 project at the Bosque and authorizing the city manager or the designee to negotiate said contract. Mr. Knapp.
All right, I don't have a presentation. I'm just, now that we are going to have a building, I think now it makes sense that we can pursue the putt-putt as a development. We had 2 proposals submitted for this. I'd spoken with a couple other design builders, and I thought I would have had more. But 2 submitted, and one was an architect out of Lubbock, who really, they're not a design build firm. So Harris Miniature Golf is a well-known manufacturer and developer of these types of things. They also do other developments in these entertainment areas. So I think they're a good company. That in their proposal, they represented it, that they could do the 18 holes for $170,000 as opposed to $175. There were some additional things that we could add as amenities and improvements if we need to. But now we would negotiate with them, make sure we're guaranteed on the price, and that I would come back to you hopefully in the next 2 weeks and get that approved.
So what do you need today?
I just approval to negotiate.
Okay.
Call me crazy, but I move to approve.
I'll say
Now,
that.
one thing that I am concerned, David, every time I drive by there, that area just seems way too small. It's a narrow, long strip, and it just seems way too small. I wish we could push it out, but I just want to throw that out there.
Right.
I may be wrong, but it just.
Well, and that's something we can look at. That in their proposal they had. Oh yeah.
Will you amend your motion to include a train?
No, sir.
My second does not involve a train.
I want the train back, Knapp.
I agree.
There's some dollars remaining after all this is done.
No, those are for a windmill.
And y'all can decide.
Point of order. Point of order.
If it's a train or a windmill.
Let's see. Oh. That's the.
Is this in the same area where the putt-putt course used to be?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we had 2 before.
Had a train running around it before, though, didn't it?
Somewhere in there, I think there was a train. They represented in their presentation that they could do 18. It may be a little shorter holes, some of them, I don't know. That's something we've got to work out the details, but that may or may not work. I keep saying it.
Well, just never mind. Just keep on going on.
We know where it is.
There we go.
Down there by the train.
Yeah, where
So
the
it would-
train used to be.
Yeah. It would wrap around the.
I would like to stretch it out to cover more of the park area. But I'll vote for it.
Well, and we can work, once we get in, if we get into contract with them, we can look at the plan, and we have a committee that's been working on this area anyway, that we can see if everyone's comfortable and happy with the layout.
All right, any further comment from the council? Public comment on this? I'm about to call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
How many nays we have? Just one? Put a
Just nay.
6-1 on that one. All righty. Is that everything you need, sir? Ms. Myers, I knew Johnny Silvers was going to disagree with you on that, ma'am. Number 21 is discussion and possible direction to staff regarding used tire nuisance abatement and disposal and related issues. Silvers, you asked for this?
Yes, sir. I think over the last couple of years, and James Flores knows about this, there is a property out there on at the end of Bird Street, I believe it is, where Wilson Tires stores tires out there. And I think we've come to a resolution. I think it's all going to be fine in the end. The bottom line is the safety of that neighborhood because, there is and when it rains, those tires collect water and they breed, mosquitoes breed out there. And you can't go out there and enjoy a picnic or a hot dog cook-off out there because you'll be kidnapped by mosquitoes practically. So I think we've come to a resolution, and I think Mr. Flores is going to enlighten us on it. So,
you bet. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager, James Flores, Code Compliance. Councilman Silva is correct in the fact that this issue was going to pretty much target one location. However, in our discussions with Councilman Silva, some constituencies, and in TCEQ, this is not the only isolated property in and around San Angelo. North Chadbourne has a high potential of the same violations that are existing with this location that we can now, through knowledge and through working with TCEQ, we feel confident in our local ordinances that we can deal with from a health and safety standpoint, from a fire standpoint. So the good news is I think that what this brought to us, and I'll humbly admit a little bit of ignorance when it comes to the enforcement of these particular laws, it just made us get a little bit better as an office and reach out to external partners with TCEQ and clarify issues that we at one time thought we didn't have much control over. There's zoning issues that we can deal with on all these locations. Inactivity, just because it's an ML zoned type of property doesn't mean that it can become a perennial storage for tires. There's got to be some activity going on in there. So I'll just leave that note with the fact that we can work some issues now, I think, in and around the entire city. But going back to this particular parcel, it was very welcoming, and it was a great meeting between myself, Bob Solis, and the Wilsons in regards to their particular location. They were very aware of the situation. They were very eager to work with the city of San Angelo. I was blessed with even learning about some of their business models. So it was a great outcome. And I think in the end, and Mr. Wilson is here. I believe some people within the district are here as well. But in the end, I think the city as a whole has an opportunity to handle this situation in the event this becomes a problem in your prospective districts. But for this particular case, I think with the help and the support of the Wilsons, they have been great partners of the Great American Cleanup. They currently pick up our tires from the city of San Angelo. So some of that inventory, I think we've kind of burdened them with. But in the end, by first of summer, I think I can proudly state that this will be completely vacated of tires, of any nuisance that's going on there right now. If you have any questions or if I needed to clarify something.
And I need to add, I do appreciate the Wilson family. Mr. Wilson, thank you so much for your cooperation, and I totally applaud you. Joe Chavarria, he's very diplomatically, has always called me on the phone and never one time yelled in my ear, but just expressed his concern of, hey, the mosquitoes out here are getting bad. So sure. I appreciate him doing that and just keeping me online with the idea of coming to this point. So again, James, thank you again.
You bet.
Also for all your help.
All righty. Thank you.
Do you want to talk, Johnny?
Joe.
No, unless you want me to.
No? Thought you might want to be on TV.
Yes.
Come forward.
Thank you very much. If you're through, James, are you? Thank you.
State your name for the record, Johnny, and then
Yes, sir. My name's Johnny Wilson, and thank you for allowing me, council, to take a few minutes. Our family's been in business 70 years, enjoyed a wonderful reputation and wonderful San Angelo all those years, and we want to remain a good family, trying to do some good things for San Angelo, trying to support 15 families, paying our taxes, which for about 75 people, kids in school and food in their mouths. And so we have plans underway right now to begin cleanup of both tires that are not usable and tires that are usable. I have a plan for Mr. Beck, International Tires from Kansas City, Missouri, is planning to come in March, buy every tire that he can that may not be usable locally, that will be shipped to Brazil, Argentina, places like that where they're not as disposable community as the United States is. They rebuild tires from just about from top to bottom. So he's going to buy, his plan is to buy everything that he can use and ship out, and then everything else we will be working with the city and TCEQ to have them shipped out to tire recycling centers. Most of it's Denver City, which we've been trying. We have not put anything in the San Angelo City landfill. Other tire dealers do, and that's okay because they take them. But we've been trying to keep ours in other places. So that's our plan, is to cooperate with the city as we always have, and to continue to improve the circumstances and condition. Used tires are a problem nationwide. And it's an issue at all the tire conventions all around. It's a national. We hope somebody might pick up and start building houses. If you look on earthship.com, wonderful houses built out of tires, fences, all kinds of things, but nobody around here has really jumped on the bandwagon. But if you decide to, or if you want to lift tires for exercise, we have plenty. Thank you very much.
And I remember dealing with your daddy, Johnny, and we were just little bitty boys.
Yes. Yeah, well, she was here. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
You're not going to ship the donkey to Brazil, right? You're going to keep it?
If the neighbors would like to keep him, we'll keep him.
I don't think I have a problem with the donkey.
Booger stays.
Okay.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
You satisfied, John? Yes, sir. All righty, let's move on then. Number 22 is presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the recommendations of the Downtown Master Developer Catalyst Urban Development as they relate to A, downtown redevelopment strategies with specific examples for each concept, and B, public-private partnerships and other tools available to incentivize projects within the downtown development district in a manner consistent with the adopted Downtown Master Development Strategies document. Paris Rutherford, Principal, Catalyst Urban Development. You going to get us started, Mr. Howard?
Sure, I will. As you know, members of council, that we've been working on our strategy for implementation of the Downtown Strategic Master Plan, and we have Mr. Rutherford here to provide an overview of where we are with respect to the plan's implementation and talk a little bit about phase 2 and some of what you can expect in the future. So I'm going to pull up the presentation for him.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Paris Rutherford, Principal, Catalyst Development. I have to apologize for my voice. It's that time of year. I'll try and muscle my way through it with you. We're excited to be here to talk about kind of the continuation of the strategy that we discussed some time ago. And staff has asked us to work on the preparation of some strategies as they relate to how to implement the 3 areas of redevelopment that we talked about before. I have that information in here. We'll run through that with you. I think it's worth noting, kind of going back to a 10,000-foot level, sometimes it's important to go back and say, why are we doing this? And why does downtown redevelopment matter? I know it seems to be a fairly obvious concept, certainly for those of us here in the room. But what may be less obvious is we think that downtown development helps balance the identity that's been created by the newer development that's happened out on the Loop and suburban growth here in San Angelo, certainly in the last 7 or 8 years. That has been great from an economic development standpoint, and it's generated more critical mass in the city, which is good. It hasn't necessarily advanced the brand of San Angelo, if you know what I mean, in terms of you can find that development in any other community around the state, as good as it is. You come back to downtown itself, and downtown is truly what makes San Angelo regionally unique. The footprint, what happens in there, the history, the identity of it, the river, all the good work you all have done up to this point in there. It's something worth noting that is what we think kind of advances and strengthens the brand of the city regionally. What's also worth noting is this map here you see green and red. The areas in green are areas that are not really participating from a tax standpoint, whether they're public facilities, or nonprofits. You've got large areas in downtown that are not generating much tax benefit to the city currently. So by focusing on redevelopment, some of that green starts to shrink, and it brings it back into a better business engine for the city. And focusing in on downtown also expands downtown's presence as a civic, cultural, and experiential place. All the things you've done on the river are great, what you were talking about here just a little bit ago, because it adds a critical mass of use and activity that expands that activity from the daytime into the evening, which is what draws people down into downtown in the first place. And we believe that a strong and vibrant downtown is good for every neighborhood in San Angelo, regardless of where it is, because of the regional profile it brings, because of the jobs that it brings, so forth and so on. Okay, so there are some challenges. And you may say, well, we haven't seen a lot of development in downtown over that 7-year, 8-year period. There has been some notable development. It's been smaller, incremental, many of which are local folks that are coming in that have a passion for downtown. But there's reasons for that. There's basic real estate kind of fundamental reasons why you haven't seen as much as you have out on the edge. Older infrastructure, it's difficult to assemble land in terms of getting the footprint that's required for kind of modern day real estate transactions by and large. You've got cost of renovation. There's historic structures and complexity and expectations that the community has for the type of development that would occur within downtown. Generally speaking, that equates to a higher cost of development. And because of that, there's a higher perception of risk. If I'm an investor coming in and I'm looking at doing a deal out on the edge or in the core, it seems a little more risky to go into the core for the reasons that I've talked about. So we think that's a key reason why there has been a lot more development out on the Loop, for instance, than in downtown over the last 10, 12 years. That's one of the key reasons. So there is a solution to that many other communities have undertaken, and that's to try and right that engine towards a different direction so that there's a coordinated economic development program that lowers real estate investors' risk on catalytic projects. Whether it's perceived or not, if they feel like there's risk and they don't want to necessarily come in, or they think it's too risky, or the costs are higher for some key early on projects, you want to lower that expectation or lower the risk profile to make it easier for key projects to occur. We've got some ideas on that. So you might recall in the strategy, it was a kind of a triad of approaches. One was to focus in on workplace infill, which is essentially getting more employment in the core of downtown. Second was having additional restaurants in downtown. That's a big reason why people come into downtown currently. And that's allow that to continue and expand as we've seen great success over the last few years. And also to get a nighttime population. So as a quick recap on that, in terms of the employment workplace infill, the bottom line is we measured there's about 66,000 feet or so that should be able to be done over the next 10, 12 years based on your population forecast and the economic growth that we measured. In traditional office, that would be office space that is in smaller buildings, it's someone going to work in an office versus out in a shop. We also think there's about 150,000 feet of shop-related space. A lot of that could happen on the north side of downtown where it was some time ago. Again, we have some ideas about how to address that. You might recall that we looked at opportunity sites within downtown and focused in on a series of areas, primarily on the north side of downtown, where this type of use could occur. So there's a prototypical approach, starting with workplace, on how to attract that and kind of make it work. I mentioned before that if we're looking at new construction in particular, that has the largest positive impact to the tax base. It's a brand new building that comes in. The valuation that comes with that is positive, and then obviously we have workers that are in those buildings that are populating the restaurants and potentially housing that's elsewhere in downtown. It's also the highest cost scenario. A new construction like you just saw on the concessions building, new construction brings with it price, and that if the rents aren't there to justify the cost of new construction, then you have an economic gap. So there is an incentive program that can be put in place through a host of different mechanisms, many of which don't require any cash outlay up front. And that would be, for instance, tax abatement programs. You have these programs that you use elsewhere. I'm not aware of some of these being used right in the core just recently, but I'm sure you have experience over the last 50 years of doing some of that. The fact that you have a TERS set up is positive. It's a fairly low amount of increment to use. The amount of money that we're talking about is very, very small and doesn't rise to the level of a new project. Realistically, might be good for some streetscape here or there that goes with the project. And then, of course, there's a host of ways that you can look at economic development grants or infrastructure grants, and there's programs, obviously, that work with that. So I'll give you a couple examples of what that means in kind of real terms out here. We looked at a couple properties that are on the market. We're not saying these should be done. We're not saying we're going to come in and do these specific properties, but it gives you an example of how a program might work. So if you look at this particular structure that's on West 4th Street, the old warehouse that's there. It's for lease or for sale right now. It's just under 10,000 square foot building, but what's more important is the land. It's a good location in terms of its proximity to downtown and its proximity to the loop. So that could be a good location for a horizontal office, kind of warehouse type building that's more than just storage, that actually there's people that are employed in there. So running through the assumptions that you see on the screen and making some assumptions about what the acquisition cost would be of that building, so forth and so on. And then looking at the return on cost threshold that an investor would have of 8.5%, that generates an economic gap of about $1 million to come in and do a new building that's brand new, that houses multiple employees within that 10,000 square feet. And you can see, because it's new construction, that's a big number. But it gives you a sense of scale. And I think it's important to talk about that scale because I know you've done a lot of work in setting up the TIF. And again, the increment isn't large enough to handle that kind of a project. So there are other tools that would be required to make that work. Another example is the Continental Building. It's one of your core office buildings in downtown. You've got 33,000 feet of office, but much of it is pretty old inside. So, we looked at that and said, I know a few years back there were some energy companies that were looking at that building, so forth and so on. They moved out to the industrial area for various reasons. But what's important is to make sure that your doors are open to the office marketplace, that you have product that you can offer that is realistic and viable and meets the needs of a modern day user from an office standpoint. There's a fair amount of tenant improvement work that needs to happen within that building. So we looked at it as if someone were going to come buy that building, for instance, what would they be looking at? And ultimately, if they could buy the building for about $340,000, then it's a viable deal. Whether or not the owner would sell it for that is a different question. And if it's sold for more than that, that would generate a gap. You follow? So the amount that owner, feels like they would need for that building would generate a gap. But in just straight numbers, you can kind of see the assumptions in there based on what we're assuming, and where that would be to get it up to the point where it's a kind of a Class B plus building. Right now, it's advertised as a Class B. It's realistically probably not at that level. It's below that. In terms of gap financing that would work with those types of projects, whether it's renovation or acquisition, demolition, and new construction, there are a range of things. There's tax abatement, of course. There are tax credit programs. The New Market Tax Credit Program is a great program for what I just talked about in here. It's essentially equity that comes in. It's a program through the federal government, and there are a lot of banks that participate in that program, and it's something to investigate because it's no cash out of your pocket. For some of the more historic buildings, of course, there are historic tax credits through the state that a developer or an owner could apply for, which again is just straight equity. There are economic development grants that can run through the TERS. Your development corporation has the ability to put that type of a grant program together. Whether it's a grant or a loan. The parking is always an issue. There can be a larger strategy on parking by creating a parking district that accommodates grouped parking across properties. And then there are also some interesting incentives related to reducing operating costs. As we've talked before, having group insurance in downtown really kind of executive office services, meeting facilities that are coordinated. All those things help market some of the space for new development. The second area is on restaurant infill. And you'll recall that the strategy was to congregate restaurants along Chadburn, within a couple blocks of Chadburn, in the core of downtown down to the river. And that is a strategy, of course, that's happening. And, we identified some sites for that. And this has a very strong impact on the tax base in multiple ways, both in ad valorem as well as in the sales tax that's generated. But if you look at some examples of that, what's just north of the Twisted Root proposal, and here there at Concho and Chadburn, for instance, that's probably a good scenario where you could have new construction. A new building comes in, that building might be taken down, a new building comes up in its place. And you can see the assumptions in here, because that's new construction, which is the most expensive situation that we're looking at. It's about a $750,000 gap based on the type of assumptions that we're using here, which we think are market-based. Now, of course, if we can, if the cost of acquisition is less than what we're showing here, that gap comes down. If we can get higher lease rates, obviously the gap comes down. But you can see this is a pretty good snapshot of where things are. It gives you a sense of scale. We wanted to show the building that where the proposed Twisted Root is planned for. And in this case, because we're looking at an existing building and not tearing it down, just simply renovating it, if they were able to buy that building for about $160,000 to $170,000 or less, there's no gap that's generated. If they're buying it for more than that, then there's a gap that's generated. Now, I know that you've got a lot of infrastructure that's coming in around that building, and they may be taking advantage of that. I'm not sure in terms of not having some of those costs that they ordinarily might have. That's not factored into this, but the straight numbers are. Another example, right down from Puentes on Chadburn, where the ballet was, I think it actually is just leased up, but that's a building that could be present within the life of downtown a little bit more than it is right now. And again, using the assumptions here, that 12,000-foot building, assuming some office space above and opening it back up to Chadburn, there's about a $140,000 gap. And that's assuming, obviously, acquisition costs, so forth and so on. So similar to the office, there are a host of programs that can be used to write some of those costs down, whether they're upfront costs or operating expenses. And those are things that we can explore in the next step with you. But I wanted to give you a sense of scale in terms of the size of the numbers that we're talking about. And then finally, on housing, you'll recall the third leg of that strategy was to get nighttime population and residents in downtown. There's been a lot of effort and talk about putting them into existing buildings. That would be realistically smaller projects, and those are good things. But at the scale of an investment, you're usually looking at 150 to 200 units as a typical scale of an institutional investor. That's difficult to achieve within an existing building. So we identified some sites where some of that new development could occur. It's mostly on the south side of town. And, the nice thing about new development, greenfield or ground-up development, is you get a lot of critical mass right away. It's a project that works immediately. And the costs, although the costs are much larger, it's also a much larger project. Renovation probably requires multiple buildings at one time to achieve critical mass in operating expenses, so forth and so on. So you may recall this scenario where we were looking at some of the projects along the river. And this is about 180 residential units. This is about a $22 million project that we put forth to you all about a year and a half ago, as you recall. And looking at the assumptions that were in here, this was generating a sizable gap. It's $4 million. It's a big number. And the letter of intent that we sent you, that was closed through a number of different things that didn't require much cash outlay. There was a ground lease, there were abatements and fee, there were things we were doing on our side in terms of mortgage insurance programs that we were using. The TERS in terms of a small amount of streetscape, some tax abatement that went with it is really the largest piece. But that was able to close such a large gap But it's kind of a potpourri of different items that came together to make that work to allow a $22 million project to occur within downtown. Those are the three areas. Those are specific projects and kind of the scale of investment and gaps that we have identified through our analysis so far. I think our next steps are to, if the scale of those numbers are things that you're willing to consider, regardless of who's doing it in the future, if the goal is to continue with that kind of investment strategy for downtown, then we can put tailored programs together working with your staff that would be open anywhere in downtown. They're not site specific, but it becomes an entree. Listening to your presentation from the chamber earlier, it sounds like there are some other things that are bubbling up. They'll likely be coming forward to you with requests like these. So I think it's important to be nimble and have a program in place so that you can properly react to those requests, if that makes sense to you. Again, sorry for my voice, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Council, have any questions for Paris?
It's very interesting. I mean, but I think the key always is it's filling the gap.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of our want, or what our gut is telling us our downtown could and should be, but it's really the next step that's the hard step.
Right, so for instance, you look in some of those projects and someone comes in, if I flip up to any one of them, if someone came to you and said, you know, we want to tear down this building, we want to build a new building on Concho, and we've run our math and we think there's a $740,000 gap.
Could you pick another street, just for the sake of discussion? Sure. Just pick anything other than Concho Avenue.
That's fine. This building on Chadburn, for
Okay.
instance. And they say, well, you know, we want to participate. We want to be one of those 6 restaurants that comes in over the next 7 or 8 years. And we want to bring this building back out to the street. We want to open up the windows that are closed, have some office space above and a restaurant below. But realistically, the acquisition price of the building is $350,000. So we have a $150,000 to $200,000 gap that we've got to fill. Well, in that situation, they may come into you and say, you know, we'd like a special finance rates that are available to us working with the city, for instance. Or we'd like the TERS to put some new streetscape in out front, or we'd like a facade grant to rebuild the facade out front to close some of that gap. Those are the kinds of requests that would be coming forward, and I think it's important to have you know, a program in place that allows you to react.
And it doesn't always have to be public dollars.
No.
I mean, there are a variety of ways to do this if we're committed to it.
Right. I mentioned the tax credit programs. They're all federal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think you all were looking at one earlier out on the edge. I wouldn't be a big proponent of that type of a program coming in the core of downtown. But for instance, the New Market Tax Credit Program is for job-creating businesses, and it can go towards investing in the physical structure those businesses go within. And that's a great way. It's just simply working with the developer to allow that to happen. You know, letters of support, things like, you know, they were asking of you all earlier. But I do think it's important to note that to expect the kind of vision that you all have identified in your prior studies for downtown, there are likely fairly sizable gaps that go with those projects. So the question becomes, you know, are you in, you know, as a body to have some catalytic projects come forward, or as I've heard, I think in some other discussions, well, the market can sort of take care of things. In downtown, it's difficult for the market to take care of things on its own because of the extra cost at a scale that goes beyond a small storefront. And, you know, I think for downtown to kind of go to the next level, there needs to be some new investment at a larger scale that starts to revamp existing buildings in total. Not tear them down, but revamp them, or fill in gaps that exist within areas in downtown that are just parking lots or, you know, vacant properties right now. Because of the cost of infrastructure and other things, it's more difficult and expensive to get a deal done in the context of downtown than it is out on the loop on a greenfield. you've got infrastructure out there.
Further comments?
Okay. Well, we'll keep working with your staff then. You'll be seeing that coming along. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris. Appreciate you, sir.
Appreciate you.
Let's go on then to number 23, which is consideration and possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session, and there are none. There is nothing we need to bring to you. Number 24 is consideration of approving various board nominations by council and designated council members, Development Corporation. Tony Villarreal, Single Member District 1, to a third full term, February 2017. Tommy Hebert, Single Member District 2, to a first full term, February 2017. Juan Flores, SMD 3, to a full first term, February 2017. John E. Barrio Jr., SMD 4, to a third full term, February 2017. Scott Tankersley, SMD 6, to a third full term, February 2017. And Daniel Anderson, by the mayor, to the second full term, February 2017. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Do have a motion to approve and a second. Do I have any comments at all from council? Do I have public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Number B is Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Francis Jellensperger, SMD 1, to an unexpired term, December 2015. May I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Do have a motion and a second. Further comment? Public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Announcements and consideration of future agenda items. Daniel does have, and Daniel was sick, so he had to go home. But City Council Strategic Planning Session, February 26, 2015. And I think you want to start at this at 8 o'clock in the morning. It will take most of the day for us. Location, he's looking at the fort. This is something that location to be announced. Is everybody comfortable with that, council?
Yes.
It's in town though, right?
Pardon me?
Will
Yes,
be
ma'am. It'll be
in
here.
town.
He's looking at the fort, he said yesterday, but, okay. Do you have anything, Elizabeth?
I think the only thing I have would be what I've mentioned now several times. I think going forward on the low-income housing tax credit projects, I think we should have maybe a policy in place as to how we handle those. I don't know if it's, whether it's the letter or deferral of development costs or, looking at how it impacts the school district and various school areas, the elementaries, how it is relevant to the comprehensive plan, thoroughfare plan. Just having, I think, a more comprehensive, thoughtful approach to who we support so that our citizens get the most out of it and we're not just reacting. I think most of us, when the first one came in, or the one that we've kind of pained over, didn't know there was a second one coming in. So I'd like us just to be in a position to do that. I would probably not put it on the same agenda as the next one, but maybe let the round at TDHCA end and then look at it.
Did you hear that, Michael?
Bob is working
Did you
on
hear that, Rick?
Working on that policy and would welcome your input.
You heard it?
His
Okay.
world. Mike's world.
Mr. Vardaman.
I don't have anything.
Charlotte.
That's done.
Mr. Sills.
Yes, I do, Mayor. I've got a couple. There are folks interested in finding out on progress of the Walmart on South Bryant. Is there any movement? Do we know anything? Maybe a Friday packet memo, something. I know the majority of the council wants an update. Mr. Dixon, I know you've updated me on the Avenue P project. We'd like to have maybe a presentation at an executive session meeting. I am interested in the animal shelter process of folks being able to adopt or not adopt. I think there was an issue that was raised just yesterday, so I would like an update on that, how that works. And then the last thing I just heard today, a gentleman, friend of mine I went to school with, came to buy rodeo tickets. We definitely need a swipe card out there for those folks and not have the line backed up 30 people deep. So swipe card, and then also I think the funding is there, Rick, for the marquee, and yet nothing's been done, so our new signage out there would be nice. I'm about to lose my voice,
We'll
but,
give you an update on that too.
but the swipe card, I'm very much
You're
interested.
talking, swipe card, you're just talking a credit card?
Credit card, yeah, swipe card,
I'll
credit
have to
card.
check and see what they have.
Because there was at least 30 people in line the other day, and they come up to the counter, and the folks there have to input their number, key their number in. Slows the whole process down, so that's what I'm talking
We
about.
got a new civic events director.
Yes, I already put a
Happy
bug,
to look into that.
I already put a bug in his ear. Thank you very much.
We don't give them much of an opportunity to get their feet on the ground, do we?
Sydney.
Mr. Self,
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Fleming.
A few things. First, I've had a lot of residents from Southland contact me on the paving situation and where we stand on
Yeah.
fixing the paving. Can we get an update on that?
Mhm.
And let us know what we're doing, or we, I
Or
couldn't,
not doing.
I know, I couldn't give them a good answer on that. The second thing is an update on the police boat dock. This has been a really, really long process, and I would like to have a presentation on that to see what,
Do you want that in front of town or do you want it here?
I'd like it where the public can see it, especially like Nazareth
They've been
Association.
working on it diligently, but I think they've got some issues with price and all that kind of stuff, so you probably won't like it.
Okay. But I'd like to know where we're at so we can try to figure out how to get over it.
We know what it's gonna cost if it's a 400-foot.
Yeah. No, it'll be a lot more. It's over water.
Yeah, it's the 1.2 million over there.
Okay. And then, last but not least, we discussed this in the past, and I'd like it to be put on the meeting about doing the health department letter grading system. I would like that to come up in the next couple of meetings if we could, and have a discussion and possible action on that.
And that's one we have prepared for y'all in the past. I think we put that in packets, but you want us to put it on
Yeah.
an agenda item.
I'd like to-
Sandra
And I'd like to
Villarreal-
hear discussion from the public on that, especially
Okay.
restaurant owners.
Okay, so Sandra Villarreal worked up that presentation, and we can get her to put it on. an
Thank you.
agenda. It's
Maybe
there.
not this next meeting, but within the next couple.
I'll get her to coordinate with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody help me with item number 26.
Move to approve.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll take, whatever you said, I'm gonna take it
Move
with a
to
second.
approve is-
All in favor say aye. This
Aye.
meeting is over.
Nays.
Adjourn.
That's close enough.